Are you sure you pressed the button?
I pressed the button. There we go. The light has gone green on YouTube.
YouTube is live.
YouTube is live. All right, everybody, we are here. We are going to do it live. CoCoTALK episode 81 is going live in 3, 2... This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. Streaming live on YouTube and Roku, available as a podcast and enjoyed the world over. That's right, the entire freaking world. Here's your host. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to CoCoTALK episode 81, Assembly Language Part 12 and more. I am your host. With the least, Stevie Stroh. We have an incredible panel of talented and good-looking people with us, as always. Well, with the exception of Grant Leedy, of course, who's got neither. Hey, Grant, how are you?
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
He's so good-looking, he shows the road.
That's it. You got a face for radio, kid. What's that, Grant?
I said, thanks a lot, Steve.
There you go.
Steve Bjork.
No, I said you're so good-looking, you show the road.
He's basically a good guy, isn't he?
Basically, yeah. On every third Wednesday, on every fourth leap year. Yes. So, hey, he's down back on planet Earth. Major Tom, the ground control. Ron Delvaux is with us. He's come down from Mission Control. Welcome back, Ron.
How you doing?
Good. Have you worked on getting your bone density back and dealing with the 6 times G gravity here on Earth and everything else?
Yes, that would be correct.
All right, so Ron has been up in the International Space Station monitoring our satellite uplinks and making sure communications have been flowing. I guess he's come down for a day. Thank you, Ron. Yep. We've got a very, very special guest today, Willie. Willie, just Willie.
Willie.
What's your full name, Willie?
William Culver.
William Culver is here with us, everybody, and we'll get to know more and more about you later on in the show. But why don't you give everybody a 30-second this is who I am little spiel here.
Okay. Well, I'm Willie. I do a YouTube show called Arcade USA where I show a lot of retro games, retro toys. Do a couple podcasts called The Toy Tomb, the Atari 5200 Super Community Podcast. I'm really big into vintage computers. I don't have a big collection of them at all, but I do love them.
Well, hopefully we won't turn you off from doing podcasts because this show is a train wreck. So hopefully you'll still continue to put out quality programming after being with us for a day. Thanks for being here, William. Mr. Steve Bjork, creator of Stellar Lifeline, is with us from sunny Southern California. Hello, Steve.
Hey, everybody. Hopefully you're doing well, too.
We're doing just fine. From the southern part of the screen, from the southern hemisphere of the continent, from Miami, we have Mr. Barry Nelson is with us. Good morning, Barry, or good afternoon, or whatever it is. How are you, Barry? Barry's muted. We'll move on. We have with us, we have royalty in the house. Sir David Ladd, Lord of the Floppies.
David Ladd.
How are you, David?
I'm doing just fine, Steve. And how is everyone doing today?
So much better with your mock enthusiasm. Thank you.
Is he reading?
It always creeps me out.
David,
He's got his own theme.
And thank you.
Yes. We've got our resident Apple guy tempting, I don't know if he's tempting fate or bringing balance to the force, but he's always got his Apple with him in the background on our CoCoTALK show. Thank you, Mark D. Overholzer, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, and this would not be an episode of CoCoTALK with at least one member of the United Nations with us. So from the Great White North and Canada, L. Curtis Boyle's here. Hello, Curtis.
Good day, eh?
Hey, 1980s calling it wants its fax machine back.
No, they're looking for some pot.
All right. Well, we are going, and we have with us in the live chat already now, Mark Overholzer, Al Hartman, Tim Franklin, Curtis Boyle, Steve Bjork, Robert Sieg. Tim Franklin is here. Al Hartman and Mark Bosley. I think Mark last week said, hey, I'm watching you for the first time, and he came back. So either we did something right and didn't realize it, or he's just a glutton for punishment. So either way, thanks for coming back, Mark Bosley. Al Hartman says an apple a day keeps the Commodores away. All right, good enough. We're going to jump in pretty quickly into our assembly segment, but we'll do a quick round robin here. Rob Inman is here. He says Curtis Boyle is in the center square. That's right. I'll take Curtis Boyle to block. Right. So, do we have any?
That's a good one.
Do we have any public service announcements, project updates, acquisitions, anything we want to share? Anybody recently get circumcised or anything? Yeah, go ahead, Ronnie.
Yeah, from my garage, I found this.
Ooh, oh, you got the
box.
koala pad. Now, does that have the stylus with it too?
Yes, it does. Let me open it up here and slide it out.
Excuse me while I whip this out. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Has
Wow.
the owner's manual,
Nice.
and it has the stylus, which is here.
Ooh, look at that.
And it
Yes.
looks like a Bic pen with no tip.
Yeah, it's just plastic. It's pressure sensitive. So that what they
And
call
this
that.
is back in the day when an entire tablet would cost a third the price of an Apple Pencil.
Yeah, This is really cool. And it's not even yellow yet.
Yeah. Yeah, what did that sell for retail? Like $49.95 or something like that? It wasn't terribly expensive.
It's 69 here in Canada, but yeah, it was cheaper in the States, I think.
Yeah.
The box
maybe it was.
doesn't have any price on it. But it still has a pads on the bottom, which is cool.
Oh, the rubber feet. Yeah, like the anti-skid.
Sometimes they go, yeah.
Yeah, rubber kind of melts over time.
Yeah, weirdest thing. So I already had one in the garage that I've been using.
Mm-hmm.
And then I ran across this and thought, oh, is this really in here? And then I opened it up, and sure enough, it hasn't
That's
even
awesome.
Pulled out. Yeah, cool.
That's awesome.
So what do you think the directions might say?
Plug it into your joystick port and draw shit.
Not much.
There goes the family-friendly.
Oh,
Not
so
much at all.
much goes the non.
Yeah, right.
Its history.
So that's what I had for today.
That's cool, Ron. When you see those things on eBay, very rarely will you find them in the box, and even less rarely will you find them with the stylus. Those stylus just seem to have disappeared over time.
I've already lost mine.
Yeah? It's been
I think it's in your beard,
Yeah.
Ron.
It's been 30 seconds.
It just might be there.
That's actually a new segment which we did last night. Look at that. It's Ron's got a new segment now. Let's play What's in Ron's Beard.
We should have had a Halloween segment with like scary music going. It came from Ron's beard.
Paul Fiscarelli says he's getting ready for Tandy Assembly, and he'd like to know who in the panel is going to be going to Tandy Assembly at this point.
I will be going.
Grant Leedy?
Yep.
I will not be going.
I will not either.
And we know that Jason Reichert, the CoCo man, will be there. Boyson Technologies, Richard Lorbieski will be there. Jim Brain is going to be. We could pull up the Tandy Assembly website, which remind me to do that, Greg, later, and we'll go over the exhibitors. But okay. we are going to jump into assembly language here in just a second. I just want to say, too, we have a brand new sponsor, a brand new patron, whose name is Ripened Peach. So I want to thank Ripened Peach for also becoming a patron. Davey Mitchell was one of our newer patrons as well as all of our existing patrons who have continued to support the high production value that goes into this quality program.
How can you say that with a straight face?
I couldn't even listen to it with a straight face.
Yes.
Why don't you throw the siren up for Grant?
Yeah, hey, Grant Leady's in hot pursuit being chased by law enforcement. All right, there we go. So real quick, before we start the next segment in assembly, do we have any additional feedback or just more comments, discussions on what we did last week where we went through some source code? We bounced a ball around the screen. We looked at it. Steve explained it to us, and then we saw it. Any addendum to that?
I don't think from the panel. Did you get any emails or anything concerning it?
No. I just figured we'd just bring it up since I don't remember what our post discussion was, how long it was or anything, but I just thought before we start a new segment, anything else on your mind that you wanted to add to it? Questions, comments?
I have a comment. I'm thinking some of these other people that may program in another chip or whatever, and if they're watching this program, I wonder if they're making notes and thinking, well, gee, this chip's pretty good.
Yeah.
Does that ever happen? You ever get feedback about that, Steve Bjork?
Well, I've taught many courses on programming like that, and of course, I can. Yeah, hello.
It's Grant.
Sorry.
Grant's got road noise. Anyways, no, it's just that whether you are learning for a particular processor or not, it can translate over well. I mean, a lot of the stuff that I designed ended up being in all sorts of different game platforms from Sega, Nintendo, Sony, and like that. So the general concepts I'm teaching here are good for other things, but still it's a lot of 6809.
Yeah. Well, Willie, who's with us, who does the he does has done a Vectrex podcast in the past. The Vectrex uses the 6809 processor, and one of the reasons why I'm assuming it does, and why they chose that processor, is because of the hardware multiply that is built into the CPU, which
Absolutely.
is extremely beneficial for figuring out the polygons and rendering the vectors and all those things, right? So to have done that on a 6502 may not have been as effective.
Yeah. It was the simplest way to get a math coprocessor in on a cheap device.
There you go. So there, and the thing that we've talked about this in the past too, and I think this was brought up on the recent CoCo Crew podcast. I want to give them a shout out and a plug there. Good, another good episode. They were interviewing that guy, the 6809 coder, and he mentioned something I think we've all talked about too. When you were a kid and you had your color computer and you had all your friends who had a VIC-20 or a Commodore or an Apple or Atari, and they were always bragging about how good their computer was and how much better their computer was than their computer. But when you think about it, what did most of those people do with their computers other than actually just play the games? How many of them actually sat down and at the keyboard and wrote some programs and made anything and stretched their own mental abilities to learn a language or learn to beat up on the hardware and do and create and learn? From my knowledge, only one kid I knew did anything with his Apple. He wrote like some type of database software that ran off of floppies, but most of the kids I knew, they just played games. So yeah, my Commodore 64 was great for playing Rambo, but did they parlay that game playing experience into a career in technology? I would say that most of them were more of a passive consumer than an active hacker, coder, experimenter, tinkerer. And I think most people in the Tandy TRS-80 world went on to some form of career in technology.
At least a high percentage. I agree.
So, and even back then, I used to always think, it doesn't matter how good the machine is. What can you do with that machine? What can you sit down in front of your Atari or Apple? What can you bang away in a basic program and show me that's going to impress me? Because I can literally run circles around your computer with extended color basic. I can do circle and paint and get and put and page flip and play music. I could write 10 lines of code and do a graphics demo that I don't think any other machine could do in basic. So does that mean the machine's better, when we look back on this, So just interesting things to think about. So on that note, how about we just go ahead and jump in, because we have with us, we have a guy who knows a thing or two about programming in assembly. I believe you coded a program or two, right, Steve?
Oh, I think so.
He banged a few things out on a couple of keys and,
a few bits around in the day.
Did a couple of shift lefts, shift rights, and next thing you knew,
as they're not
an overflow.
arithmetic.
Arithmetic.
How many programmers have programs written about them?
How many programmers have? Oh, okay. All right. I was a little slow there, Ron. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ron Delvaux.
Yes.
What's Ron going to pull out of his beard this week?
It came from Ron's beard.
I'm cool.
All right. So,
Okay.
on to programming and assembly now, please. This is a serious program here. All right. So we're now at lesson 12.
When did that happen?
Everybody shut up. Steve Bjork, you have the floor.
Okay. Well, lesson 12 is we're writing a bit bigger program this time. And last time we simply had a dot moving around the screen. We're actually going to move a pong ball, and we're going to remove 3 of them. And each one's going to run in an independent speed from each other.
Ooh.
So we're going to be, the main thrust of this is to talk about how how do you have, 3 unique items that's moving on the screen, but try and keep it so that you're not writing code for each one of those?
That's a great question.
Yeah, and that's what we're gonna do in this one. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide.
Source code link.
First
Source
of all,
code.
before we get anywhere going, you can download the source code to our lesson, and I also have the program already compiled and set up inside of a disk image, so you can run it in VCC right away. So if you want to take a look at it. And the source code is Pong1, because eventually when we get done here, we're going to have a Pong game. Very simple game, but it demonstrates a lot. And as I said, the assembly.disk is the file that you'll put in your CoCo disks folder, and you can basically load it in as your disk on VCC. So it gives you a chance to see what we're doing, but it'll have 3 balls go off in random speeds, random directions, and move around on the screen. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. We're going to still stay with our P mode 4 screen. That's the 256 dot across by 192 scan lines. The actual dots that we did last week are going to be replaced by an 8 dot across by 7 scan line high ball sprites.
Ooh.
So we will also have 3 balls on the screen. As I said before, they're moving at unique speeds, and they'll bounce off the walls of the screen. Pretty self-explanatory, right?
Yes. I can't wait to see it.
Okay. This time we're going to be looking at 256 positions going across screen. Last time we did 128, just to kind of make things simple. But really, it's a black and white mode, which means the dots are either on or off, and there is 8 dots per byte. So what we need to do to have this bright image move across the screen smoothly is not only do we have to move it every byte, but we have to move it every bit in a byte.
Okay, so this is going to be similar to like an ASL or an ASR where we'll be shifting the bits, but I'm imagining you're going to do it slightly different than that for efficiency or performance?
Yes, I'm going to actually create a total of 8 images. Each image is 1 shifted over.
Okay.
Since they're already shifted, it'll make it faster for when we actually draw the image on the screen.
Mm-hmm. So no actual bit shifting. So we're always putting things on a byte boundary.
You got it.
Okay.
That's the way the graphic memory works. Let's do it that way so things go work. As I said, there's 32 bytes in a across in a P mode 4 screen, and there's 192 scan lines. And like last week, we're looking at a screen that has 6,144 bytes.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Now, besides the sprites, we'll also be introducing some other new concepts. We'll be, of course, drawing sprites on the screen. That's going to be important. We have to be able to erase the sprites off the screen so that when we move the sprite from one location to another, you have to remove the old one before you draw the new one.
Mm-hmm.
Then one of the most important things we're going to talk about is object data structures. These are the bits of information that holds like the position and status of each of our balls.
Okay.
And what we will do is the data structure has a starting point. All the things are the same as far as position information and other things in it. And we will just simply pass to the routine that's going to draw the ball or move the ball or the other things we're going to do with it. We're going to point them to the beginning of that data structure. That way the code knows exactly where to get it, even though it's a different ball each time. We'll go more into detail on that. And of course, the last is going to be random numbers.
Mm.
Now, as I said before, we're going to be using data objects. This is similar to what you've got in higher level languages like C++ and like that. It's basically object-oriented coding. This block of memory holds the information of the object. Each block layout is the same as the others. That's something that I find very easy in assembly language, is that if we make the object block identical from one to the next, just makes the code easier to read, understand, and more importantly, write without bugs.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that it'll do is it'll save space, it'll, and like that. So let's just go ahead and get to the next slide. For this lesson, we're going to use a very simple object. It's going to have nothing more in it than a control byte, the position information for the X and Y, and the speed that it's moving on the X and Y. A total of 9 bytes. But the first byte's very important. It is basically the control or status byte of this particular object. In other words, we got to know if the object's in use, if the object can be moved or drawn. These are just status control bits up there, because sometimes you might have, in a more elaborate game, you might have an object that does work, but it doesn't draw anything on the screen, so you wouldn't tell it that you're going to draw. Well, anyways, let's start taking a look at the different bits that I've set up in the control byte that mean something. They are flags. They're either set or reset. And bit 6, and I'm using the binary representation, that byte, of where bit 6 is. This is basically whether or not this particular object is in use. This comes very handy because if you have to create a new object, you look for an object that's not in use and then take it over.
Can I just interrupt you real quick? You're
Sure.
saying bit 6, but it looks like bit 7 is the one that's turned on in the example here.
Yeah,
So-
it's
Okay, I put too many
Base zero.
zeros in. Yeah,
So,
but it is bit 6.
okay, so there was an extra bit to the right that's not supposed to be there?
Yeah,
Okay, so it is bit 6. Well,
bit 6.
okay.
yeah, the bits are labeled 0 to 7, I think is what is confusing you, Steve.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
It's not one
Bit
date.
0 is the one furthest to the right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Next
Yeah.
to last bit. So 7 is the highest bit. 0 through
Yeah.
7. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay, so that one is correct. Good.
Okay.
Anyways, okay, bit 5, I've used that one to decide whether or not this object moves. In other words, should it call the move routine? And bit 4 is used whether or not to decide if the object should be drawn. Now, in this very simple setup, all of them are going to be drawn, all of them are going to move, but I'm trying to set up something that's going to be useful for later in the game as far as these definitions. Now, bit 7, which is the most significant bit, I use that as a flag whether or not we've hit the end of our list. And this allows me to just simply go through the list of objects, and when I hit the last potential one, I basically put a 128, or in other words, have bit 7 set, and that tells me that I've hit the end of the list, don't go any further. So think of it as an end flag.
Okay.
All right. And some of the other bits will be used for other control functions later. All right, continuing right along. The next 2 bytes is the 16-bit X position. Remember, in our last example of moving things around on a screen, the 16 bits, which is 2 bytes, the most significant byte is used as the whole number, like an integer number of the position.
Ah, okay.
And the other 8 bits, or the second byte, that's used as the fractional.
Okay, so this is the quick and dirty floating point.
You got it.
Yeah, fixed point.
Okay.
Fixed point. And of course, then we got the Y position following that, and then we have the X and Y delta, which is the speed. That's set up the same way. The upper byte is the whole number, and the lower byte is the fractional.
Okay, so your first byte is kind of like that condition code that the processor already has. You're using a series of flags within one byte to represent a variety of things. And then
Right.
you've just reserved a few other things for your deltas and speeds and stuff. Okay.
We could use separate bytes to represent each one of them,
Mm-hmm.
but then it makes the object larger. And let's put it this way: when you're working on microprocessors, you want to keep things small and efficient.
Gotcha. That's what she said. All
Yep.
right, so here we go.
And that's what it looks like. It's the first byte 0 is the control status byte.
Mm-hmm.
Byte 1 is the X position. Byte 3 is the Y position. Then we've got the delta for the X and the Y following it. So there's a total of 9 bytes in each of these objects.
Okay.
The objects will get more complicated as we go through our lessons. By the way, it's going to be your work assignment to take a look at the source code that I've given you and study it. Think you're back in college where the professor only highlights everything. It's up to you to study hard.
Okay.
The only thing is you don't have to go buy the books.
There you go. All right.
All right. So what we do is we just pass this object data block, and by having each data block having different information in it, we can have different things going on the screen at the same time. This kind of simplifies the code for having 3 balls on the screen. Otherwise, what you would have to do is if you had ball 1 in direct page, ball 2 in direct page, ball 3, you would have to have separate routines for each one of those balls because you're referencing a different location. By having these objects set up and passing it in the U register, the beginning of that particular object, the same code works on all 3. As I said, it just makes life easier for doing this. I'm going to say that a lot because this is the important part of the lesson, is using these objects to make things happen. All right, next slide. This here is how I laid out the memory inside the CoCo for our particular game, and I would like to spend a moment going through each one of them.
Okay.
The first 256 bytes is the direct page. That's that shorthand page where you don't have to give the entire address. You can just give it 1 byte addressing for the particular variable that you're looking up. And we've used that before in the other program, but we're continuing with that. The next 256 bytes is our object data section. This is where we put our different object blocks in memory. Got to have a place for it. From then the 3000 to 3000 FF, that's our stack space. Now, we haven't done anything with that too much before, but we have a stack inside the CPU. That's where we save information, like when we do a go to subroutine, you got to save the information where you came from so you know where to go back to. Sometimes you want to temporarily save some information. Well, you use the stack to temporarily put information like the value of a register on the stack by pushing it, and then to restore it, you do a pull. Make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So that's our stack space. It's more than enough for this particular program. And then starting at, by the way, these are all hex numbers. I should mention that.
Yep.
Oops, made a mistake on this one. The 400 hex, that should have gone to 1B FF. I'm sorry, that's got a 19 FF.
Okay.
Hit a wrong key there, but all right. Then we've got the next screen, which is 1C00231FF. These are 6K screens, and that's why those numbers are a little funny looking, but that's what they are. Then we've got to have a space to build that sprite I talked about.
Yep.
Because in the code, I include the original, and then in RAM, I got to build the other 7 of that sprite of the ball.
Okay.
And that's what that space is for.
Okay.
And then I talked briefly about the fact that we have to be able to erase the ball off the screen after it's been drawn so we can draw it in a new position. That's what these erase buffers are for. Erase data buffer 1 and 2. They allow us to erase the information, the ball off the screen by taking what was on the screen before it was changed.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, from 3800 to 3FFF, not using all this space, but that's where I'm currently put the program. By doing out this layout this way, I've made this program work on as small as a 16K CoCo.
Okay.
Because 16K stops at 3FFF.
Okay.
Okay, any questions?
No, we're just you're just basically outlining where things are going to go, right? So
Right.
this is the kind of the blueprint or the outline to...
Yeah, the memory map for the...
Yeah, memory
map for the...
Yeah, and honestly, I've never had to deal with a memory map, but in doing networking, we've got to do like IP network maps all the time. So we do a similar thing. We've got a finite number of resources for our different IP addresses. We're going to reserve this block for switches and routers, another block for printers, and so it's not a foreign concept to me to have to take a series of things and create logical groupings within that series. But this is the first time I've seen it applied to the actual RAM of a system. But other than that, I kind of get it, and that makes sense, and you're being very proactive at this point.
Right. This is something that you always want to do. It's in the source code. This what you see right here, and you want to kind of make sure that you've got some sort of documentation on how you're putting this all together.
Yeah. And it really helps with debugging later too, because you can start checking, like if you have a register that's supposed to be pointing, say, to the erase data buffer screen 1, and you take a look at the register there because your program's screwing up, crashing, and it says like 5,000, we can go, well, that's not supposed to be there. So you can kind of tell when you're looking at this, if something's going snaky on you, you can figure out what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So this is a good layout for that. All right. At the beginning of the source code, when you look it over, it's going to have definitions about the CoCo hardware. In other words, I'm setting up names for referencing things like ports and locations and stuff like that. And by using labels for the hardware locations, it makes the code easier to understand. Like the video port, when you're setting up the video port in the CoCo, I use a name to describe the video port, not FF22 throughout the entire program.
So it's almost like a variable.
It's like a variable.
Excuse me.
It's almost self-documenting at that point.
Yeah, self-document.
Makes it a lot easier. Then I set up the graphic screens definitions, the memory layout definitions, the object data format, and the direct page. So when you look at the source code, that's each section. It does describe what's going on as far as setting it up. All right, let's talk about the way the program is laid out, how we're going to do things here, what it's going to do in what order. First part of the program is actually the data sprite for the ball. This is not code that gets executed. It's actually data. And why don't we jump to the next slide for a second, and we'll come back to the other slide. All right, this is the data that I talked about for the sprite. The first, what's known as the 0 offset within the byte. And the way I've laid out the data is the first byte is the mask. That's what you kind of like do that cookie cutter thing on the screen, cut out where the dots are going to go.
Right. So here I can see like a circle made out of zeros in the middle of a buffer of ones. So this is the negative mask.
Right. Now the second byte, that's actually the image that we're trying to put in.
And that's the ones. These are the positives.
Right. And that'll put the dot 1 on the screen. It'll make it go. Now, if you notice, there's another 2 bytes after it. All ones.
So that's a solid mask and that's an empty mask.
Right. And the reason why I did that is we're going to be shifting everything over by 1 when the program builds ball sprite 1, ball sprite 2, ball sprite, all the other 7 sprites that have to be built to make so we can have it move within that byte of graphics.
So you're going to have 1 pixel smoothness on this.
You got it.
Okay.
And let's go back to the previous slide. So after, it makes up, let's see, each ball sprite, 7 across, is 8 dots across, 7 scan lines high. It will build into RAM the other 7 positions. And I guess that's really about it.
You're going to shift the data to the right each time because it's going to move to the right.
Yeah, you could predefine them in the data code too, but then you have to manually mask them all out and figure them all out. Where it's much easier in this case just to have the program do it for you.
Too much Canadian weed there?
Back in the day when I was working on cartridge games, the way we would do it is we would have just the graphic image for that 0 position in the ROM. And then we would build, in the case of a 4-color screen, there would be 3 other positions we need. We would build the 3 other in the RAM. That way we're saving on ROM space. And the smaller we could make the ROM, the more money we got from from Tandy. Because if we could save the money on the cartridge costs, then we're fine. So why don't we go down to slide 16. Yep, that's the one. The program, the first thing it does is it shuts off the interrupts, because we're going to actually play around with interrupts in this program. We're going to have our own interrupt routine. So we want to shut down the interrupts and reset the stack so that we're under the control of the computer. We're controlling it now. We won't turn the interrupts back on this time, but we will do it later. Then we got some housekeeping work to do, which is initialize the random number generator and just make sure that the random number generator isn't on a bad value, which is all zeros, because our random number generator will generate anything from 1 to 64K essentially. So, and it'll do it in a random process, and we kind of need that for our game. It will build the other 7 sprites in RAM. It will clear the graphic screens, and set up the erase buffers so that everything's going with our graphic memory system. And then it'll build our object data blocks of the 3 balls in the RAM. So that's basically how it goes through and initializes the game.
Okay.
All right. Let's get to the main loop. This is the thing that we're going to cycle through every single time to make these balls move around on the screen. First, what we want to do is let's see, a couple of notes I've got here on the side that I want to make sure I cover. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to set up the controls for what screen we're going to work on. Basically, we're using double buffering so that so we can remove the flickering. If you don't double buffer, there's a chance that your graphics are going to flicker on the screen. So what double buffering is you work on one screen while you're displaying another. So that work is erasing things, drawing things. You're playing around with the graphics memory of that screen. And then when that screen is done and ready to go, you then switch which display the computer is displaying. Pretty simple and straightforward, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
But and like that. Now, before drawing the sprites on the screen, you got to remove the old one. So the program will use the erase tables to remove any old sprites on the screen. The way that we got the information to erase with is when we were drawing the sprite on the screen, we were grabbing what was graphically on the screen and copying it into our erase buffer. So what we would do is to erase the old ball, we just play back that buffer, that information that we're copying, back onto the screen. And of course, there's two sets of erase tables, one for one screen and one for the other. And one more important thing, when we go to erase, we actually have to go backwards.
From the bottom up?
You got it. In other words, we got to grab the last thing that was erased first, because if we had two of them overlapping and we did them not in reverse order, if we did it going from front to back, when we erased the first one,
it might have been in your buffer.
Yeah, well, no, we would erase it. But the thing is, when we erase the second one, the graphic image of the first one's on the screen. And that would cause the fact that when you erase the second one, it would put part of that image of the first one back on the screen. So what we have to do is start with the last one drawn first and work our way back. And that totally erases all the drawn objects off the screen.
Gotcha.
Now, right now we have a black screen, and it seems like a lot of work. We could just simply, put a 0 byte in to clear the screen. But we're going to also pretend that we've got a nice graphics background or something that we don't want to destroy.
Right.
So that's what we're doing there. Okay. That kind of makes sense?
Yeah.
I know I'm hitting a lot of techniques here, but...
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. Now, next up is drawing the sprites on the screen. The program will do this by using the U index register to point to the first part of the data block so that it knows where to get its information. It will only draw the sprite on the screen if the sprite control bit is set. And let's see. And of course, this code is going to run through the entire list of objects until it reaches that end flag that I had set up that says there's no more objects. And that basically tells it what to do. Now, since we've got all the work done, we've erased all the old graphics off, we've drawn the new graphics on there. Now becomes the time that we tell the game system to switch to this screen. And this will tell the interrupt code to actually change the screen. And this interrupt happens on the vertical blank when the screen's not being drawn. This is important because if you just simply change it in the middle of this, you can get kind of a stutter effect or a ghosting effect of the images. But by changing which video screen we're on during the time that the video display is not being drawn, not physically drawn on the computer, on the monitor, gives us a nice, clean, solid image.
Right. Now, is there a time for special effects that you might want to switch screens in the middle, like Canyon Climber and stuff like that, where you have an effect of the screen jittering or you want to generate some type of glitchy look? So you might want to control that. But in this case, we don't.
We don't. We want it pure and simple. We want it as clean as possible.
Yeah. Yep. I get it.
Yep. So, and this is another concept that I'm introducing. It's basically the semaphore. You got the guys out on the ship and they're putting up the semaphore flags to let you know what's going on, or they're sitting there moving their flags around. This is a common technique in computer programming where you set a flag, you set some information, and another routine, or more importantly, another bit of operation like an interrupt will actually, look at the flag and say, hey, I've got to do something now. And that's exactly what we're doing in this part of the program, is that we're telling the interrupt routine which to switch to through the semaphore operation. So it's a powerful technique, but can confuse people sometimes because you're switching a flag, but it doesn't look like your main code's going to ever
do anything with
touch
it.
Yeah, do anything with it. But it's the interrupt routine that's actually going to do something with it. And then it's going to send its signal back that it did do something with it. Okay. Now that we've told that interrupt, the next time it comes around, that we want to switch screens and we're not drawing, it's a good time to do non-screen work. And yes, there is non-screen work to do in this game, and that is going through the object list and telling the balls to move to their new position, so that the next time we go to draw a screen, we can draw the balls in their new position. Now, once we've gone through and done that little bit of work, we've got to wait for the screen to be switched before we touch that video ramp. And that's where the interrupt routine comes in, is when the interrupt routine happens on that 60 hertz interrupt, it will look at the semaphore flag for switch screen. And if it's 0, it won't do anything. If it's a 1, it's going to switch to screen 1. And if it's a 2, it'll switch to screen 2.
Okay.
And when it's done doing that, it's actually going to put a 0 back in that flag, so that A, it won't do it again until the main program tells it to do something. And 2, more importantly, by putting a 0 there, tells the program that it's done it. So you can see we're using this as a flag or a semaphore, not only for the interrupt routine, but something to signal back in the main routine. So, it's constantly sending information back and forth through this one little byte in direct page. Okay. And believe it or not, that is it that we're going to cover now. As I said, I've covered a lot of information here. I've gone over the basics, but much like any computer science class, you got your homework. Download that source code and look it over. Oh, one thing that we should probably do, if you can, Steve, could you run the program?
I believe I have the power to do that. As He-Man would say, I have the power. So this is assembly disk.
All right.
Now what's the easiest way to do this? I should probably just go to, let me just go ahead and assemble it. So we're going to run, what is it called? Is it called Pong1 ASM?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to, I switched to 6809. I'm rusty with this, right? So I'm going to type ASSEM Pong1 space VCC.
Right.
And that will assemble it. That will stick it in the disk, and that will launch the emulator. And here we go, which now you guys can't see, but here it is. Oh, look at this. Of course, I'm not going to have the aspect ratio just right because I'm manually stretching it, but you get the idea here, right? Okay. So what we are looking at here is we're looking at 3 balls that are bouncing very smoothly, 1 pixel each. We've got different vectors. It looks like this one ball is moving very slowly. Some are moving faster than others. They know when they reach a corner or an edge, I should say, and they know when they've reached the border of the screen. And that's when they reverse their directions, their deltas, if you will, right? And they bounce around. So this is the final product, right? This is what the source code is going to do. Are we going to look through the source code itself too and do some of this, or is that where you're saying no? Just do your homework and look at it yourselves. We're not going to do it on the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to put up the source code for a few minutes on there, but I don't want to.
Yeah. All right. So this is the final product. When you the latest disk image that Steve has provided us, this source code is going to create this effect for us. All right. So and honestly, I love it. It's super smooth.
Especially when overlapping balls, because you've seen some of the older CoCo 1 and 2 games in the day. They used to flicker like crazy if you had 2 sprites over top of it.
Right. Now, are you still doing like a wait cycle in here to slow it down? Or would this be going much faster if you didn't make it wait, Steve?
Oh, yeah, it would go much faster. But what I'm doing is I'm synchronizing to that 60 hertz interrupt.
Uh-huh.
So it's basically frame locked the game.
Okay.
So
is this running at 60 frames per second?
Yep.
Do you have an estimate of how much time your program's taking overall? I mean, how much time is left over that could still be used for something else?
Oh, there's definitely a bit of time. Now, I will admit that the sprite draw routine is not as efficient as possible. And currently, the sprite draw routine does not have clipping. That clipping allows the ball to actually slide off the screen.
Right.
And it's without its part of its image showing up on the other side of the screen. So, but that is something that we'll eventually get into on one of the lessons. Now, what I'm looking at for the next lesson, which is lesson 13.
Lucky number 13.
Yeah. My slide says 12. Anyways, lucky 13. We're going to talk about collision. So our two balls will the balls on the screen will actually collide and knock off from each other.
Oh, neat.
So they'll bounce on each other. And the way to make this work perfectly is I'll be changing the way that the balls are moving. They'll actually be moving on a vector.
Okay.
So what you have is a given vector or line for the direction for the ball to move and its speed. And this makes it a lot easier to calculate the collisions of the balls bouncing off of each other. So that will be fun.
Okay.
Yep. And of course, once again, the 1609 is very good for doing vectors.
All right, and now we're looking at your source code here, and we see some of your comments. Moving 3 ping pong balls across lesson 12 by Steve Bjork. And here's our system port things that you've set up here. So in your commenting, in your object names make the, like Curtis says, very almost self labeling and self-explanatory, right? So you have your SAM, VReg, V-mode registers of your SAM, 3 bits. Number of bits per V mode, graphics mode, P mode 4. I mean, you're breaking all this kind of stuff down for us here, explaining it all.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your memory map that you explained.
Yeah. By the way, on those labels, one thing I do is I try to use upper and lower case in a way of, like every time a label has like 2 words, the second word will be capitalized.
Yeah, camel.
Some other people, they'll use an underscore to separate the words, but
right.
I just do capitalization.
Yeah, it's just personal preference on that.
Yeah.
No, and the source code, it's easy to read, the formatting of the source code and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so yeah, I am curious now. I know we're not going to go into this now, but I'm going to do my homework, and I'm going to try to figure out what you're doing to generate random numbers.
Yeah.
All right, here's your masking that you talked about in your slide here. Mm-hmm. There's the reverse ball. This is the negative ball, the positive ball, and this is our other blanks. B sprite 1, B sprite 2, B sprite 3. Mm-hmm. X++, that's a 16-bit number, so there's our floating point, right?
Right. When I'm doing the mask part, I have to start with a basically a carry set as I'm shifting things in, because you want all the new bits to be a 1, and when you're making the actual image of the dot, you want them to shift in a 0. So there's a little difference between each one.
Okay, so now we're getting into pseudo random number generator based on a 16-bit. I can't even pronounce that word. Galloy linear feedback shift register.
Yep. This is the one I put like last March in Discord.
Yeah,
I grabbed a copy of that.
Hey, Bruce.
Hey.
How's it going, eh?
Hey, it's going great, eh?
Hey, beauty, eh?
Now we got 2 token Canadians on the show.
Yeah. Now, one thing about pseudo random number generators is they have to have a seed. That's the actual thing they'll be shifting around. And if you always start with the same seed, you always get the same random numbers in the same order.
Right. And that's good if you want to do something the same each time.
Later lessons, I'll explain how to create a random seed.
Okay. Clear both high-res screens, disable the fast and normal interrupts, reset the stack pointer. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to dig into this source code.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to it. You got a lot of lines of code here. You got end start, 487 lines of code.
Yeah, I was kind of busy this last week.
Well, I can't thank you enough for doing that. So, man, this is neat. You know what I mean? And for me, for the longest time, I've been listening and absorbing and trying to grasp what I can when it's been theoretical. Now, between what Paul Fiscarelli has given us with this environment and now that we're getting this kind of more hands-on, let's look at some code. Listen, I couldn't look at this code and know everything you're doing, but based on your first 10 lessons where you've given us that foundation, I can take some really educated looks at this and actually learn and not have it be completely random. So, and now this is neat. This is neat. This is really neat.
Now, the other thing too is that, I'm definitely on Discord, and we have a section called Assembly. That would be a good spot to put your questions in, because I'm sure we're going to have them. And just like an instructor at the university, those are my office hours. Put it in Discord. And actually, if there's enough people and you want to do a kind of a discussion in our chat section, that's fine too. We just got to schedule a time when we all can be there.
Yeah. Okay.
And hopefully we can record it too, so that people that aren't on Discord or don't have access to Discord can follow up on it later on too. Also, people can email questions if they, once again, are not on Discord, and we can bring it up next week.
Yep.
As kind of a preview before we get to the next lesson.
Okay. There was one question in the live chat, and we're going to take a break here in a minute. But John Laurie says, "Can you talk about controlling the speed not based on the processor, because this program runs the same speed regardless of the CPU speed?"
That's right. And that's where I mentioned earlier about I've locked the frame rate into the vertical sync. In other words, a video display generates its image 60 times a second. And that's exactly what I've locked into, is just that. It's every time this 60 hertz interrupt comes around, it allows the game to move forward one frame.
Okay, so if we did the double speed poke on this thing, it would still be running at the same speed because the interrupt is still 60 hertz.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just give you more time to do stuff between frames.
Right. And so then I would also say, John, if you want, you can download his disk image and look at the source code. And if you want a deeper dive into that, that's your homework, as Steve said. So
we should mention that if you have a PAL CoCo, it'll be 50 hertz. So it'll be 50 times per second.
Yeah. That's the reason why the games are slightly slower in Europe.
Oh, okay. I thought it had something to do with the education or something like that. No, okay, I get it. So
yeah.
Always trying to stir controversy.
Send your hate mail to Steve Bjork.
Rob Inman says
actual thing that goes through and creates other objects that are used in the game based on what's going on.
Yeah, and John Laurie says, does this help with the tearing in the flicker too? And I think that answer is self-evident, right? The fact that there is no blinking here whatsoever, even though you are erasing every frame, because we're flipping between screens. Now, my method of doing this in BASIC from the old days was just slightly different, where using get and put buffers, I would before I put something on there, I would get what was behind it, I would put everything, and once everything was put, then I would copy the whole composited image to the viewable page. And then I go back and restore everything and rinse, lather, and repeat. You're talking about not even actually having to copy, because if you do the copy, that's really slowing things down. So now you're just changing the pointer to what screen we're looking at, which is faster than having to copy the whole thing over, right?
Exactly. I'm just changing what needs to be changed.
Yeah. I've done my own version of double buffering based on a process I came up with in BASIC using get, put, and pcopy. No, but it's neat, because if not, because they aren't real sprites, we have to paste and erase, and that process automatically generates flicker. So what do you do to negate the appearance of that flicker, right? And so like on certain Apple II games, like I remember playing like Hard Hat Mac, there's a lot of Apple II games where they don't do that. They almost do like an XOR, an exclusive OR, where if the background is black, we are white, but when you have things on top of things, they kind of reverse each other out. I've seen that on a lot of Apple games. And I guess that's just for the sake of efficiency, so we don't have the time to copy entire pages or whatever, so we just do it this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody on Discord this last week was, asking, how much graphics memory can be updated or changed in a 60 hertz frame. And you're lucky if you can get 4K of data in and out on a screen. Because, it's not just moving the data. You also have to deal with clipping and byte boundaries. And then you also have game logic that's going
reading
on.
Joysticks and keyboard and playing sounds, all kinds of stuff's in there too.
Dealing with all your positions and your deltas and your flag states and your object states. There's a lot going on there. Your game loop, your logic, collision
Your
detection.
two options there is basically you make the game not have a whole ton of stuff you have to redraw every frame, like just like a standard arcade game might have like 10 sprites of little shapes. You're not drawing that much on the screen physically. Or the other one is to drop your frame rate down and maybe do it every third VSync, or so it's 1/20th of a second to 1/60th.
Yeah, and one of the things that should also be pointed out there is that you don't necessarily have to run at 60 frames per second. You can run at 30. Some of the games were locked in the old days down to about 15 frames per second, which is a little rough for an action video game. You really don't want to go under.
Who's got the frickin' TV in the background there?
Oops,
I think of that was Bruce.
Sorry.
sorry, we're sorry.
But yeah, basically that's the thing is you may have to lower the frame rate.
Now I remember even on game systems that had hardware-based sprites, what they had to do, I'm assuming, is that if they needed more sprites on screen than the hardware supported, they would have to turn it off in one spot and turn it off and turn it on in another. And then you ended up getting flickering on sprite hardware-based games because they were having to manipulate more sprites than were physically supported by the hardware. Is that why they flickered, or is there another reason why sprites flickered?
That's definitely why they flickered. I mean, one of the most criminal cases of that was the original Pac-Man for the Atari 2600.
Yeah.
I mean, the ghosts were ghosts.
Yeah. So that's the ghosts were ghosts.
I was wondering when you'd pick up on that.
Yeah, the ghosts were ghosts. Yeah, they were definitely. There was no alpha channel blending capability back then, so you couldn't achieve translucency. But they did. They did a pretty good job with their blinkies, huh?
Well, and the funny thing is, when they finally did the Ms. Pac-Man, there were so many complaints about the original Pac-Man. They spent a little bit more time and did it right.
Yeah. So good stuff.
I was going to mention too on the Eeyore example that you gave, Steve, that you saw in some of the Apple II games, that OS 9 for drawing the mouse cursors and stuff does that same technique because it was quicker and easier to do rather than having background masks and saving. So you don't have a cursor like a mouse cursor that floats above everything. It just exclusive ORs of whatever's underneath, which means to restore it back to normal, you just exclusive OR it a second time and it just immediately bumps back.
You didn't even have to do a buffer. You just inverted what was there. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you invert it back, and then it looks like normal. So
buffers, we don't need no stinking buffers.
Yeah, Paul just brought up Racing the Beam, which is a great book, as I recall. That was about trying to program the Atari 2600, and I literally knew somebody that went nuts, crazy, literally, after programming a number of games on that system. He saw fireballs chasing him around.
Yeah. I just want to point out a few things about where we've gone from to where we are now with the series, just from my own perspective. And I just want to start off again just by saying thank you, Steve Bjork, for doing this. You're donating your time and your experience and your knowledge. It's been a slow and steady progress to get to where we are. We took 10 episodes. We spent probably 10 to 18 hours of time laying this foundation, and you could argue that well, gosh, why don't we just get to this, and why don't we do this and do that? But for me, because this is all new, it is so much easier for me to grasp this now by taking that slow process of building up that foundation that you did. And you've mentioned this, Curtis has mentioned this, people who program in assembly, you mentioned there's many ways to do it. So we could even now, if somebody wanted to be critical and start looking at your source code and say, well, I would have done this, or I could have done this, or you could have done this. But part of what you're doing is you're presenting it in a way that's going to be easy for us to follow. And you've even mentioned that this is not the most optimized or efficient way to do a sprite, but it is a way. Now, since I would not know at all how to create a sprite, the fact you've given us anything is great, and so we have all of these things now, and I like it. I like it a lot. I'm still, I would say my comprehension is maybe 40% of what it needs to be, but that's better than the 0% I was 12 weeks ago. And for the past 40 years before that, so the fact that I feel like I understand this and I feel like I can actually start doing something, and you're definitely giving us some tools to help us shorten that process and that learning curve, I think is great. It'd be like another one of my bucket list items is I want to learn how to play guitar. I mean, right now, it's like having Eric Clapton show us how to play a guitar, So it's a similar thing like this. We're learning some like master techniques. And the end of this, we're getting this wisdom and everything else that's coming with it. I think it's cool. So I'll leave it at that.
I like to think of this technique being used here as optimized for understandability.
Yeah,
not for
perfect.
speed, not for size, for understanding it.
Yeah. Optimized for learning, right?
Mm-hmm. And purposely, a lot of the code is put in there in certain ways to, like, okay, I've got sprite 0 in the program data space, and I build the other 7 in RAM. I could have just put it in the program data space, but it gave me a chance to show a routine where I'm shifting information around so you can study that.
Yeah, that's cool.
But the idea, once again, is it's really tough to go through and shift information around. So we pre-build the sprites. So we're just blasting the data in byte by byte. Yes.
You're putting these in Creative Commons, right? So people can use them for their own devices.
Yeah, essentially they're going Creative Commons. I haven't bothered putting on the source code even a copyright message. So, right. But it's technically, for me, I consider it Creative Commons.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll come back. And hopefully, Steve, you can still stay with us. But I definitely want to get into some more stuff. We'll hear some feedback, some comments and stuff to this. And yeah, this Vectrex has been in the background the whole time. And another thing on my wish list is I would love to have a Vectrex system.
I was in love with the Vectrex.
Oh, the Vector arcade games were just there was something so unique about them, especially when they got into color. But yeah, my earliest games in the arcade, my memories are of like Asteroids and Lunar Lander.
Space War for me.
Tail Gunner was another one. Obviously, like what was the tank one? The 3D tank from Atari. Battlezone. Yeah, there's so many. And Star Wars Arcade, the first one with the vectors, probably one of the most immersive video game experiences, that borderline simulation for its time, Well,
while we've been talking here for a little while, Williams has been putting up different Vectrex games. And I go, oh yeah, I remember playing. That was a fun one. Oh yeah, that was great. Like, games were really more about gameplay because, the vector graphics are somewhat limited to a certain degree, but man, it was just about the gameplay of the games and like that. And the other thing too, it was tough for them to license the games. The best title I think they licensed was, Star Castle, was it?
That's one with the rotating shields in the middle. You have to shoot those
yeah,
stuff.
By far
that was an awesome game.
Yeah, but I wish I could hang around for that segment later.
Yeah.
But I've got a hard out in 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, how about we just spend the next 5 minutes with you, Steve, while you're here before we take a break?
Okay, sure.
Questions, comments, feedback for Steve Bjork while he's still here, everybody?
Keep up the good work.
Crickets.
Down at your feet.
Yeah, I'm looking through the stuff. I'm not seeing too much in the way of comments that we haven't already took care of.
Okay.
I think until people actually get to download the code, take a look at it, then the questions might start happening. You know,
True.
I don't understand what you're doing here, or what this means, or whatever.
Yeah, of course. One guy's comment is everybody's got to now sign a NDA.
John Lowry says, thanks, Steve. I'm sure he's talking to you, not me. So,
but yeah, next week we're going to do collisions, and we're going to do how to calculate a vector.
Yeah. Earlier, Jason Downs says this has been a really cool series. Thank you, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Fiscarelli too has been commenting.
Yeah.
And there's Star Castle on the Vectrex there.
Yeah. Just incredible.
Speaking of the Vectrex, since that's running a 6809, I wonder what extra performance you could get for more graphics if you could toss in a 6309 in there.
Yeah, I suggested that on my Ron's Garage.
Yeah.
And someone told me.
Curtis.
Yes.
On the 6309, what improvements are done on the Math Copra, the math instructions?
You've got signed 16-bit by 16-bit multiply. You've got signed 16 by 8 and 32 by 16 divide. So
that would help a little.
That would help.
Yeah,
and even like
plus
looking at your vector flags in your lesson today, I mean, when you're having to order those flags together, you could use the OIM and AIM and stuff like that to make it a little bit faster too. So keeping track of object lists and updating them.
And just the fact that if you did it in native mode, it's automatically 20% faster anyways, without any optimizations, right? So sounds like a win-win-win. But in order for all of that to be effective, somebody would have to go into the source code and actually then modify the source code to turn these things on, right? Start using these things. So
the other thing I would also like to mention too on the Vectrex is that you got to spend so much time actually drawing the images on the screen. If you do it too fast, the line is too light.
Good point.
Yeah, because it's phosphor, where it basically lights it up and it glows and slowly dims off. And if you try to draw lines too fast, it doesn't have time to really light them up.
Yep.
Well, if you've got extra CPU time, that means you'd have more time for game logic then.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you're gonna find that, like in the Pong game, 90% of the time that we're spent doing any work is drawing the screen and erasing the screen and doing screen stuff. Very little is actually spent on game logic as far as time goes.
That means there's plenty of room for sound routines.
All right, we've just been joined by the madman Simon Jonasson too. Hello, Simon. Good. Well, for you it'd be good evening, right? It's about 8 p.m. for you.
Yeah, 2014 right now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Steve Bjork. Definitely, thank you. We're going to go ahead and we'll take a break here in just a minute. We'll start off by acknowledging some of the sponsors and community contributors of the program, like the CoCo VGA project, which you can see at Tandy Assembly at CoCoVGA.com. Boyson Technologies, Richard Lorbieski will be at Tandy Assembly, BoysonTech.com. Jim Brain and Retro Innovations at Go4Retro will be at Tandy Assembly. So will Cloud9 Technologies, Cloud9tech.com will be there. Jason Reichert, maker of the Switcheroo at Coco3ScartCable.com will also be at Tandy Assembly. Retro Swag will probably be shown and worn at Tandy Assembly, so we might see some CoCo t-shirts out there, some people flying their colors. If you want to get a CoCoTALK t-shirt, or I'm a coconut t-shirt, or coffee mug, or mouse pad, or adult diaper, you can go to 8bit256.com for all your retro swag. You can visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live, send us some feedback, contact us through the show. CoCo Crew podcast just dropped their latest episode. Check them out at cococrew.org. Brian Joyce, I keep saying this every week, I've got to update your link, but for the time being, we'll go to fd501.com for Extructus Productions. And last but certainly not least, Ed Snyder, a.k.a. the Zipster. All of his cool contraptions can be learned about and purchased from the Zipster, Zippster, zone.com. We'll be back after these words, folks.
Hi, this is Mark Overholzer, and you're listening to CoCoTALK, the nation's leading weekly live talk show about the Tandy color computer.
What if you could go back in time to just the right moment and ensure that Tandy won?
You definitely earned this office.
Thank you. Yes, you're too kind.
Oh, I'm much happier breaking stuff. Life has been a dream.
But what if you went back to the wrong moment?
Give me that. How do you even know what that was? Listen, I don't really care about these blueprints. I just want...
Say, who are you? You want to spy for Commodore or something, are you?
Just move! Oh. Hey, hold the elevator! Hold the
Stop right there! Whoa, no need for guns, no need for guns!
So, Mr. Anders, it seems you have stumbled upon my little secret. There is no point in waiting for security. I think you are about to have an accident.
Okay, no!
CoCo forever? Spring-ish 2018.
My fellow Americans, Australians, Canadians, Europeans, and all of you ands, I'm calling on all y'all to help us make the world great again by visiting the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com, where you can get yourself a coffee mug like this with a little cute cartoon character that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could also get yourself a coffee mug like this with a Color Computer 3 that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could get yourself a deluxe travel mug like this with the CoCoTALK logo on it. You might even be able to get yourself a DVD like this with over 2 hours of gameplay goodness. It is time for us to rise up and make the world great again by enjoying some quality retro merchandise and CoCo nostalgia. So please visit 8bit256.com and let's make the world great for the color computer. Thank you very much.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex. We think it works, so will you.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages, it's expandable, and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2. Sale price for Christmas. Only at Radio Shack.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
All right, and we are back. And thank you all for being here. Thank you in the audience for watching us right now live.
Thank you. Yes, you're too kind. And thank you.
So we're here, and that was a great segment that we just had. We got to see some balls bouncing. There's nothing better than bouncing balls, and we'll just leave it at that. And Simon Jonason has just joined us. Good afternoon, Simon. How are you? Bruce Moore joined us recently. Hello, Bruce. Welcome to the program.
How's it going, eh?
Good. Barry's been on mute. Barry, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, welcome, Barry. I said hello to you earlier. I don't know if you had heard me. Welcome.
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Simon, what have you been up to in the Mad Labs? Anything?
Just perfecting Disk Loader.
Ah, very nice, very nice. Where you can play background music while loading stuff off disk, right?
Yeah.
Excellent.
18 sectors.
Nice, very nice. And we saw a little trailer there for Bruce Moore's project, the CoCo Forever series,
which is now complete.
Now complete. You can download the entire episodic experience and binge it.
Which I have downloaded. I haven't had a chance to start listening to it yet. But
so Curtis has downloaded but hasn't binged.
No.
All right.
I'm pre-binge.
It's kind of like my bag of Halloween candy. I can binge Halloween candy here because the kids have given me a gracious stack of hand-me-down stuff. So we can binge Halloween candy. We can binge CoCo forever. Thanksgiving is not too far away. If you have some time off then, you can binge on your turkey and binge your CoCo forever. You get some time off for Christmas, you can binge more CoCo forever. So,
hey, the cool thing about this CoCo Forever is he included a lot of us people here into the like I'm on a credit, and I thought that was awesome.
Ron Delvo is in the credits.
Yeah.
I was going to ask if he's credited as Ron DeVell, if he was credited as Timberman. So
no. I have an inactive
stage name.
Yeah. You'll have to see. Yeah. Go see.
And Nick Marota's here. It wouldn't be an episode without Nick Marota. But we do have a special guest. Somebody who's never been on the program before. Who is actually drawing something right now. I'm going to spotlight your video, Willie.
Hey, look at that.
And he's got CoCoTALK drawn on his Vectrex. So now that we have a little bit more time, let's get to know our newest person who's joined us here on the program. Willie, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your collection behind you here, your Vectrex machine, and anything and everything else you think the world needs to know.
Wait a second here. Get my camera redone. Oh, crap.
While he's setting up his camera, I'll just mention one quick thing, too. We had that demo from the guy that worked at Motorola who had a CoCo controlling a laser doing vectors, if you remember that, Steve?
Yeah, that was Steve Noskowitz, yeah.
Yeah. So the Vectrex is using that same type of technology, except encased in its own self-contained screen.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, Willie.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, like I was said earlier on when we began this episode, I do a YouTube show called Arcade USA. I used to go out and locate classic arcades, interview the owners of them and everything, but they're getting few and far in between, so the channel kind of evolved into retro gaming, mainly stuff before 1984, mainly stuff that I grew up with in the 70s and 80s, things like that. I do have a big interest in vintage computers. One of my favorite computers, of course, is the Atari 8-bit line. That's what I grew up with, but I actually started off programming on an old Bally Astrocade. I used to make games on that.
Wow.
I used to sell them at our meetups. We had like a little a meetup group in my local town I lived in. From the Bally Astrocade, I graduated onto a TRS-80 Model 1. Did a lot of stuff with that. Then we had the Model 3 in my school. I helped set up the computer lab and helped run that. And basically, I got an easy A out of that class.
Teacher's pet there, huh?
Yeah, the teacher goes, you can sit in the back room, do whatever you want. So I was making video games in the back of the room on the TRS-80. Everybody's like, what's he doing back there? I'm just having a good old time. From there, I wanted to get a Commodore 64. I never did get one of those. And I wanted to get a color computer. I never got one of those either, but my parents got me that Atari 800, which really springboarded me into getting really deep into computers, making games, applications, things like that. Then I got interested in BBSs. I helped run 2 BBSs back in Indiana. One was the WVAU BBS, which is basically the Wabash Valley Atari User Group. Really nice group of guys. And another one called Media Prism, which I ran with another guy that was basically PC-type based stuff. Other than that, I do a couple podcasts, one about retro toys, the Toy Tomb, and I do a Atari 5200 podcast called the Atari 5200 Super Community Podcast. Pretty much it.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
When you were doing the Bally Astrocade, I'm just trying to remember that one because I haven't seen it in a long, long time. That had a built-in BASIC that you were doing stuff in, or were you actually doing the simulator?
It was Astro Basic. It was a separate cartridge. There was 2 versions. The original one where you had to have an external cassette interface to save and load your programs. And the one I liked was the Astro Basic, but had the cassette interface built into the cartridge. And you had a better saving routine, save and load routine. When it would actually save to the tape, it would make a picture of the game on the screen. You could tell if it was saving correctly because you would see distortions in the drawing saying, oh, it's not saving right or it's not loading right. It was a kind of a neat way they had to save and restore games to the Bally Astro game.
Cool.
That was a neat system. That system was borderline arcade quality components.
Yes, it had a Z80 microprocessor in it. If they just would have added just a little bit more support chips to that board, you could have had the arcade experience at home, no problem.
Yeah.
It's got some really good games on it. One of my favorite games on that is Wizard of War.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Incredible Wizard.
Yeah.
That's an awesome game.
I've only seen it on YouTube, but yeah, it looks like arcade perfect.
Yeah, it pretty much is.
And you think with a name like Bally, they could have been a contender. Like Bally was as big as Atari was in the arcades.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you think using a keyboard to type in programs is fun? Try using that little calculator keyboard.
Oh,
Each
man.
key has like 5 or different functions.
It's like the old days of texting, right? Where you had to...
like the old T9.
It was a lot of fun.
I'm just glad your parents got you an Atari 800, not the 400 to start programming on. Because speaking of keyboards,
yeah. I have my original 400 still, and I mainly use that to play games on. But I used it when I was growing up to run my model railroad. I had a program I wrote that I can control what track the trains would go on, where they were on the layout, all kinds of stuff.
Wow.
And then I made a little, I was a big fan of Knight Rider. So I made myself a little program to have gauges on a little black and white TV I had in my car.
Wow.
It didn't work too good, but it was pretty cool.
Yeah. Looks like you've got quite the collection behind you there, too. A lot of stuff in box there. I see an Atari VCS. I see ColecoVision expansion module, all kinds of stuff going on. Tiny arcades in the background.
And some comic books. Like I see an Action comic cover from #1 of Action, it looks like.
Yeah, Superman, one of my favorite comic book characters. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see that out there. Yeah, good stuff. So your podcasts you're doing now, are they still going on a regular basis? These are current?
Yes, the Toy Tube we try to make it monthly, but I do like little mini episodes every once in a while just to put something out there. The 5200 Super Community Podcast, I try to do that at least once a month, and it's both a podcast and a video that's on my Arcade USA channel where I show the arcade version of the game we're discussing side by side with the 5200 version.
There you go.
While we talk, you can watch the games being played. A lot of people like that format. I used to do the Channel F files, which is all about the Fairchild Channel F, which was my first game console I ever owned. And I did one on Vectrex Radio for a while. I think I had another one. I can't remember what the other one was. I had a third one. Don't remember what it was, though.
Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Well, listen, you are. I'm not cutting you off, and you can continue to talk. But I just want to throw this out to you here. You're definitely welcome to come on this show anytime you want. You know, we are somewhat focused to one machine, but our topics can and will stray. But we also do shows after dark where we talk about a lot of more variety of systems. So, I would love to continue conversations with you when your schedule permits too. So, feel free to join us. We have like retro talks after dark and things like that too, where we talk about all kinds of systems. I would love to hear more about the systems that you like, the games you enjoy, the shows that you do. If you want to go ahead and plug some of these, I don't know if you have got websites for these. If you want to go ahead and plug them and let people know where they can find your programs. Besides just the names of them, or is there?
Well, the best way that you can probably find where all my stuff is, of course, on Facebook, because all these podcasts have their own Facebook page. So if you go on Facebook and type in Arcade USA, it's going to pop up. Channel F files, it'll pop up. Vectrex Radio, you'll see the page pop up. So everything I do has its own Facebook page.
Okay.
A lot of the podcasts I do also have a Blogspot page as well. They're on Libsyn. They're on iTunes, Google Play. They're all over the place.
Okay.
Fairly easy to find.
Now, are they video shows or audio only shows, or a mix of both? Or
well, the only video show I do is, of course, Arcade USA and the 5200 Super Community Podcast. But I do make support videos for games I've discussed, like on the Channel F files. After we got done discussing one of the games, I would make a video and talk about it and showing the game being played as I talked about the game. So that went hand in hand with that. And I think I did the same thing with Vectrex Radio. I can't remember if I did or not. And of course, Toy Tomb, every once in a while, I'll do a video on a featured toy that we talked about. But most times it's mainly about a toy that I can't find enough information on that I'll do a video about instead of doing a podcast.
And are your videos on Facebook, or are they video podcasts, or they're on YouTube? Or
all my videos are on YouTube under the Arcade USA header. I have a bunch of saved lists, so you don't have to go scrolling through a whole bunch of videos to find what you want. I have playlists, like, for example, Tandycade, which is me playing arcade ports on the old TRS-80 Model 1. I also have playlists for AtariCade 5200, AtariCade 2600. All these different series I do, I have a playlist, so you can just go to that playlist and watch the videos you want and not have to go searching for them.
Cool stuff. So you say you wanted a CoCo back in the day. You didn't get one,
Yes.
but are you familiar with the machine at all?
Very little. One of my dad's friend had the Color Computer 2. I think.
Okay.
I can't remember. I don't know if it was the 1 or 2. It had that chiclet keyboard. I can't remember if that's the 1 or 2.
That was probably the one. Chiclet keyboard.
the one
was it silver or white? That'll tell you right there.
It was silver.
That was the CoCo one.
it's
Yeah,
definitely the
chiclet
one. That was the
keyboard
one.
is yeah.
And I was pretty fascinated by it. He had some games for it, and I kind of enjoyed it. That's why I asked for one for my birthday. And I got the Atari 100 instead, which I'm not complaining. I got something to program. That's all I really cared about.
Yeah, it's not a bad consolation. And interesting, you actually programmed on it. Most of the people I know back then who had one didn't really program it. They just popped in a cartridge and played a game.
I was an avid little programmer when I was
Yeah.
growing up. I was making games right and left. I had a game I was going to submit to the APX Program Exchange. I never did get it finished. When I was in the process of getting it finished up, that's when I turned 16 and I discovered hot rods and cruising the strip. So programming took a back seat for a number of years after that. But, I still like programming every once in a while. I'm not really proficient in it. I kind of like, it's kind of like a hunt and peck kind of thing. I try something out that doesn't work. I experiment, try something else out until I get it to work. It's one of those kind of things.
Yeah, and Vectrex is something that's near and dear to you.
Oh my gosh! Oh yeah, I love the Vectrex. I first saw one at Montgomery Ward store up in Chicago, Illinois. They had a big old display of these in the box, and it had a little demo kiosk there. And I went right to it, started playing it. My dad had a heavy time getting me away from it. Of course, I asked him for Christmas. Never got one because they were pretty expensive back then for when it came out, $199, which was a lot of money.
Yeah,
back then. But I didn't get my first Vectrex until I'd say maybe 10 years ago. I found one at a flea market for $25.
Oh wow,
that wasn't working. I brought it home, and all that was wrong with it is that it just needed the chips resocketed on the circuit board. They weren't making good contact, and it came back to life. So that's the Vectrex I use today. Is that $25 Vectrex I picked up?
Wow, that's
10
great.
years ago.
Yeah, there's somewhat unicorns, and for retro collectors, you don't find them very often. They're not always in good shape.
Yes.
The tubes are hard to find that screen. It's very difficult to find a replacement for that screen.
Yeah, it's a very specialized screen. It's a 9x11 screen. It's an XY monitor. Very hard to find one that size because once that screen dies, you're pretty much sunk. Now I have had a broken Vectrex here that I had hooked up to my oscilloscope, and I would play it that way. But
that's neat.
yeah, it does work pretty well. It's
Wow.
green and white, but not black and white.
Yeah, it's a different. Does anybody know the technical science behind how the vectors get put on the screen versus the normal raster way of doing it? It's just
You tell the beam to go in a specific direction for a specific length, and yet it's vectors. So that unlike a raster display, which draws all your scan lines going across, it actually literally the gun follows where you tell it to go in directions. You tell it to turn off and on. So you want to start drawing another shape, you turn it off, you move it to the start of the next shape, and then you turn it back on again and start drawing. So it's actually the gun flying in the directions that you want.
That sounds like those old plotter printers.
Yeah,
It's
like a plotter for the actual tube, and it only works on CRT. So you couldn't do vectors on an LCD panel, right? And the interesting thing is, because it's vector, the line was always straight, no matter what angle. You had perfectly straight lines.
You're not trying to light up these little RGB dots.
Right. So if you were doing it with pixels,
straight
you'd have the
phosphors.
staircase effect depending on the angle. So it was always a perfectly straight line. It scaled very well. It was able to translate to three-dimensional objects very well, like a game like Battlezone, where you could see the shape of the tank and you could get closer to the tank and the bullet came at you. You know, those effects were really hard to pull off using sprites or just 2D, raster rendering. So it really opened up. And nowadays, almost every video game is vector-based. But we don't keep them in a wireframe. They're all done with polygons and they're texture mapped, so they're painted in. But back then, this whole idea of this vector way of doing things was it's pretty groundbreaking, and it's basically like an oscilloscope. You're just treating the screen like an oscilloscope, right? It's putting things, plotting things in a certain place on CRT.
Yeah. That's why if you tried to draw something that actually would fill the screen in, you're drawing like a ton of vectors all over the place, actually the game would look dimmer and dimmer the more you added. Because it didn't have time to physically draw and let the phosphor light up long enough, like Steve was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So there was no keyboard, was there?
No.
So how did the programming get done?
Cross assembled, I think.
It was always put on a chip, and it never had any other way of putting it in the machine than the port on the side, right?
That's correct. The cartridge port, yes. Mm-hmm. Now there is a cartridge available right now. It's called the Vectrex 32 that has a 32-bit processor to the Vectrex, to the cartridge slot. Allows you to write games on the Vectrex.
That's cool.
It's a really neat device. I'd like to get one so I can try my hand at programming on the Vectrex.
Is there a decent community around the Vectrex right now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
On Facebook, there's an absolutely incredible group of guys on there. It's called Vectrex Fanatics Unite or something. Oh boy.
Okay. We'll have to look for that.
You're going to ban me from the group if I don't get this right.
Yeah. Well, what we can do is, if you want, I don't want to spam your group. I'm not even a member, but when we're done, we can send you a link to this episode if you want to repost it for them to see, since we're talking about their system. What about
There's a guy over there, Chris Romero. He's the Vectrex guy.
Okay.
He knows a lot of stuff. He has a lot of cool stuff in his collection. He actually made a little homemade Vectrex. They had a version of Flappy Bird.
Oh, neat.
At Classic Gaming Expo 2014 when I was out there running the console game room. It was a lot of fun to play.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, is there like a lot of new brew stuff for it, newer games for it?
Yep. There's a very healthy homebrew scene for the Vectrex. There's a Galaxian port. There's a Time Pilot port that's absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, wow. Wow. And I wonder, and I don't know if you know the programming part of this either, but I wonder how vector games handle things like collision detection. How do they know when something hit one of those lines on the screen? Because you can't really track that line, right? And somehow the computer has to know, like through variables, what's been put on the screen, because there's no way to physically know what's on that screen, right? So it really makes you wonder.
Location thing.
Yeah, location thing. But that enters a whole new challenge of programming when you've kind of put these laser beams on a piece of glass for people to see. How do you know when two of these beams or lines or dots touch each other? That's all in the software science of it at that point, I guess, right? So.
Oh yeah, that'll be something I'll be learning about.
Yeah. So.
So how did you meet the founder of the Vectrex?
Jay Smith. I met him out at Classic Gaming Expo 2014. He was out here doing a panel talking about the Vectrex, how it came about. He actually showed the prototype color Vectrex system out there as well.
Oh, wow.
There's actually a really good video on YouTube where that panel was recorded. It's about an hour long. where he talks about the history of the Vectrex, some of the stuff that was done, and also the Microvision by Milton Bradley that he came up with as well. It's a really good presentation to watch. He's a very friendly guy. He released all the Vectrex stuff to the public domain.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's a really great guy.
It would be neat to find out how he picked the 6809 compared to so many of the other machines out there, processors.
I think he discusses that. If he didn't discuss it during the panel, I thought he discussed it during one of my buddies' podcast episodes, Retro Gaming Roundup, where they had him on their show, and I think they may have talked about that.
I would imagine it has to do with the math. The 6809's got a hardware multiply, and you need a lot of math to do 3D calculations and all these things.
Yeah,
and that would be.
I think Steve Bjork commented on that earlier. That was his understanding too.
Tell us about the glasses you have for it.
Glasses?
You said you had the face mask thing, or
no? I want the face mask, the 3D imager.
Yeah, what's that do?
That's like a unicorn for the Vectrex community. That's a very hard item to get. When you do find them, they're very expensive. Basically, what it is, it has a wheel, a color wheel that spins really fast in front of your face inside these goggles, and it's timed just right to where it makes the screen on the Vectrex. It looks like it's in color because you got the color wheel spinning around, but it makes the images look three-dimensional, and it's one of the most best 3D effects I have ever seen on a system. Yeah, you have to experience it to really understand what it looks like. And a guy, Chris Romero, again out at CGE 2014, he had a couple imagers set up out there for people to use. That was the first time I ever got a chance to mess with one, and it blew me away. I would love to have one. I know there's people out there that's made homemade ones, so I've actually considered doing that so I could play some 3D games with my Vectrex. But if you ever get a chance to try that 3D imager out, you really should. It's phenomenal.
Is it turned the Vectrex into like virtual reality?
Well, it makes everything on the screen look like it's popping out at you.
Okay. Okay.
Like there's a 3D Mindstorm game. Of course, Mindstorm's built into the Vectrex.
Mm-hmm.
They made a 3D version of Mindstorm, and it looks like the stuff is just floating around out in space.
Oh, wow. So now it almost becomes like augmented reality where it's like outside of the screen. It's like floating in front of you.
And it's in color. It's got like colors to it. It's phenomenal.
Wow. How did they do that?
I have no idea.
Yeah. I think Curtis experiences similar things when he smokes his Canadian green up there. So sees things floating in front of his screen. So
hey, if you see me swatting non-existing bugs, I was going to ask this Romero character that you're talking about. Is he related to John Romero too?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay.
But he's a wealth of information. He knows all the little nuts and bolts of the Vectrex. He's a uber fan of Vectrex.
That's cool. And so the community pretty good? Everybody civil with each other?
Yeah, it's a very friendly community.
Yeah.
A lot of like-minded individuals over there. There's a YouTuber over there who does a lot of cool stuff. He's I remember what countries he's in, but he's called Vectrex Rolly. That's what his YouTube channel is called.
That name sounds familiar.
I think he does a lot of great videos of some of this neat hardware and some of the latest homebrew games coming out. He's a lot of fun to watch if you're interested in the Vectrex.
Yeah, I'm going to check that out.
Have you ever discovered or talked to anybody that had one or saw a dragon? Do you know what that is?
The Dragon 32?
Yeah.
No. I only know about it because I've heard other people discuss it on forums and everything.
It also has a 6809 in it, too.
Really?
CoCo 2, yeah.
Huh. Didn't know that.
Is there...
Stevie, Paul Fiscarelli just put in a link to some information on the 3D imager if you want to take a look.
Okay. Is there something they have for the Vectrex like what we have for the CoCo where you could plug in like SD cards and load ROM images off of SD cards and stuff like that?
There's a guy in England, Richard, can't remember his last name, that made these called the Vec Multi.
Okay.
And it takes a little micro SD card.
Uh-huh.
If you got a Vectrex, this is definitely something you
Right. And it seems like almost every system has the equivalent of that, like a multi-cart, where you plug in one cart to the normal cartridge slot and it lets you menu load in images. Yeah.
This is the most well-known one by Sean Kelly. This is version 2.0. He's got a version 3 out now. Sean Kelly is one of the guys that put together the National Video Game Museum down in Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
This one's signed by him.
Okay, that's cool.
Awesome.
So they have that stuff. I guess that's a common theme. Like every system has this modern add-on accessory that makes it easy for you to load software. Because even now, like let's say your Atari 800 that you still have, for you to maybe you do looking at the shelf behind you, but for the average collector who wants to get into this, it's not practical for them to purchase every single cartridge. It's not financially practical. There's a lot, so as a collector, you might want to say, yeah. As a collector, you might like to say, dude, I want to have every cartridge. I'd like to have them in a box, and NIB sealed, all that kind of stuff. That's great. But as for me, I don't mind collecting the hardware. I'm not as concerned about collecting every single cartridge that's ever made if I could get a multi-cart and either load into, through whatever means, an SD card or whatever, and just load the stuff in. I've got one for my ColecoVision. I've got the Atari Max cartridge for that. You know what I mean? So for me, that's perfect because I can just download all the ROMs you would normally put on an emulator and play them on their real hardware. So to me, that's a good compromise because I'll never afford every cartridge ever made for any system. And if you're not into collecting them and having your checklist, ticked off, and you just want the experience, these are great accessories, I think. So.
Oh yeah.
Hey Willie, how did you?
You just reminded me. The other podcast I used to do was the ColecoVisions podcast.
Oh wow!
I can't believe I forgot that one. My buddy John. He was going to be like, "Hey man, you forgot about me."
Willie, how did you draw on the screen on the machine?
I have a Vectrex light pen.
Oh wow! And is that a first party or aftermarket product or?
This is first party. This was made by Milton Bradley.
Okay.
Vectrex light pen. There's plays out there where you make your own. I actually made one myself for a buddy out of a highlighter pen. It's very basic. It works good.
When you draw on there, you're not able to save that screen, are you?
No.
No, so you take a picture of it and that's
take a picture. Yes.
Yeah.
That was like the when the first iPad came out. It says, "Well, how do you print from your iPad?" Here, let me show you. Take your iPad, put it on your copy machine, make a copy of what's on the screen, and there's your iPad printer, right? So
it's basically like having an electronic Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah, it is in a way. Yeah, that's cool. All right, let me pull up this page that Paul Fiscarelli has shared with us here real quick. All right. So this is the 3D Imager Vectrex Wiki. 3D Imager was only sold in the U.S. in early 1984 in limited quantities as production for the Vectrex ended the same year due to the video game crash.
Yeah.
It wasn't until about a dozen years later that 3D games and analog controllers really took off in home consoles. Today, Vectrex 3D Imager is one of the most searched items in the genre of video games for collectors. A color wheel is to be inserted in the 3D Imager before the unit's plugged in into the extra controller port. The Vectrex Imager is then be placed in the player's head like they were wearing a pair of safety goggles. When a 3D cartridge is played, the Imager requires extra steps in drawing the objects. A single object does not lie in the plane of the monitor, is drawn at least twice to provide information for each eye. The distance between the duplicate images will determine where the object is to appear in 3D space. That's neat. Half of the color wheel was black and the other half was colored so that only one eye at a time would see the screen. The image was drawn twice on screen with a slight shift. So almost like the ViewMaster, how the ViewMaster worked. But it's just...
Yeah. Or the red-green glasses do the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here
the last one I saw was up at Retro Taku in Detroit, Michigan, and they wanted like $800 for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you show us our machine with your camera?
Yes.
Give us a tour. What are the functions of the 4 buttons? I mean, do they all do the same thing, or can you assign them, or
no?
Different games use different ones.
Yeah, depending on what game you got plugged in will determine what the buttons are going to do. So right here is the controller itself. We have our analog stick right there, and our 4 action buttons.
Wow.
Does that automatically center?
Yeah, it's automatically centered.
You can't change it? I mean, it doesn't have a switch on the back or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
And these, when they fail, are kind of fun to repair because they got all the screws below this sticker right here. It's very frustrating. And, of course, we have Oh, forgive the dust. I forgot to dust this thing off. And we got our little Vectrex guy right here. Ugh.
How heavy is that?
Yeah.
Oh, I say it's about 10 pounds.
10
pounds.
Now, what kind of plug does it have for your controller? Is it like
Is it Atari style?
It looks like an Atari style. There you go. See it down in there?
Oh, yeah.
Similar, but not exact.
It's not exact, no. And it's also recessed. If you look at the end of the plug, you'll see it has a special plug on there. It's kind of recessed.
Yeah.
You can't plug a regular, like a Sega Genesis controller or Atari. It won't go in there.
They made it semi-proprietary.
Yeah. And then, of course, you got the cartridge slot right there on the side.
Ah, interesting.
And what's on the back?
On the back, we have the brightness control right there.
Ah, okay.
Now, sometimes, if you look like on Craigslist or Let Go or some other places, sometimes you'll see a Vectrex on there. They'll say, they hear sounds, but it doesn't work, and they're selling it real cheap. Probably because this has been turned all the way down. It makes the screen black.
Ah.
I've actually got one that they said didn't work. I went there and just went, oh, look, there it is.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
you do that after you've already paid for it and you're outside. Don't do it while you're still in the house, right? So
that's right.
Yes.
Oh,
that's like on the color computer, the old ones. It had an RCA jack, which is RF out, which most systems had. A lot of people will sell one on eBay saying, I can't tell if it works because I plugged it into my TV, and they're thinking it's like a composite feed, but it's really audio and video off of one thing. So sometimes people will sell a computer they think doesn't work.
Yeah,
that's because they don't know. Yeah, their ignorance is our gain. So now that's neat. That is a neat system. I think a lot of us, because when you're a fan of the color computer, by extension, you're also a fan of the Motorola 6809 processor. And so most of us are also fans of other systems that are derived from that CPU. So we consider the Vectrex part of our family. It shares the same DNA as the color computer, same time frame and everything else. So it's cool. It's definitely on my wish list.
How many total games came with the machine or were made by the company? Like 30 or?
I think it's less than that. There wasn't a whole bunch of them.
So there were third-party people that contributed for a while? Oops.
No.
God bless you. So during its active original lifespan, the only software that was made for it was from the manufacturer.
Milton Bradley, yes.
Milton Bradley.
I can't remember. I think there was maybe 20 some odd cartridges. I can't remember an exact number.
Now, did they have a team of programmers or did they contract to different people?
GCE did a lot of the games. That programming group.
Can you show us something? I know, and can you put it up in the background so we can kind of see some of the displays on it and stuff too? I know before you were showing some games like Pac-Man and Centipede and Frogger and stuff. Yeah. Go ahead, Curtis. I'm sorry.
What was I going to ask now? I was going to ask how you said the homebrew market's actually like for homemade games after the fact is pretty robust. How many games are out in that format, like from recent times?
Oh, I've lost count. There's quite a few.
Yeah.
So there's much more games now in the new style
I think
than there was ever on the original.
Yeah, I think there's more homebrew games there was originally for original releases.
Wow.
Yeah.
Has anybody added any technology augments to it, like either added more sound capabilities or better graphics or speed boosters, accelerators, anything like that, or is everything running pretty much on stock components?
Pretty much stock components. Besides for that Vectrex 32 cartridge I was mentioning, another individual, Charles Tweedy, he came up with what he calls the Vectrex Buzz-Off kit. One of the things the Vectrex is notorious for is when you're playing the game, you'll hear this buzz through the speaker as you play the game. So he came up with this little kit that eliminates that buzz, which is kind of nice.
Okay. Is it just like signal, like our RF noise coming from all the circuits inside it?
Oh, yeah.
Cycle hum. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty noticeable.
Yeah.
When you fire this thing, I don't know if you'll be able to hear it or not. Let me fire this thing up.
And now this has a sound chip, right? Is this capable of like multi voice music? Oh yeah.
All
Yeah, it does have a sound chip. So yeah, it's got a multi-voice.
Mine doesn't buzz very much.
Yeah, the music's on it. It's pretty good.
Oh, it's got some great music.
Ready Player One.
And there was one game that was actually built into the system itself. They didn't need a cartridge, wasn't there?
Yeah, Mindstorm. Mindstorm that has a programming bug that once you get to screen 13, you can't go any farther. It crashes.
It's got a kill screen.
Got a kill screen. But yep. Well, here's an original one here. Pretty much every game had its own specialized overlay.
Right.
The overlays add a lot to the games. It really does, having that color overlay.
Mm-hmm.
I got a buddy, Stephen Cray. I can't remember his website offhand, but he makes custom overlays for the Vectrex as well.
Okay. That looks like that might be Star Castle or something.
This could be used for Star Castle or something like that. He makes them all different styles, whatever you want. He actually makes overlays, I think, for some of the homebrew games as well.
Okay, that's cool.
Like a Star Castle on the arcade actually had an overlay too.
Yeah.
For color.
Yep. Armor Attack, a bunch of them.
Yeah, that's neat. So, Al Hartman says Nick Marionettes will be making a version of Funstar for the Vectrex.
Now, for some of you CoCo guys that have been around a while, is there any game or anything that we've ever done on a CoCo that had an overlay that you put on the screen for? Do you know of that?
Honestly, no.
No?
Not an overlay. I mean, I do know some games that use the 3D glasses to do a 3D effect, but like the red, green, red, blue. Steve Bjork did one.
The only overlays I know about were like keyboard overlays. So we have Solar Quest, Rip-Off, Space Wars. Are these original or are these new games?
No, these are originals.
Oh, these are original ones.
This is the
Okay.
catalog. This is the catalog. That
Great condition. Yeah. So Berserk, you guys had Berserk. Yeah, that's neat. Blitz, Hyper Chase. Yeah, that's a nice little glossy. Impressive collection you have there. Good stuff.
This is cool.
Even Space Invaders, the original Space Invaders that was black and white had color overlays. So like the top of the screen was red where the stray bullets would hit, and the UFO was red. As the alien, sometimes your alien would be between two color layers, so you'd have a dual color alien and stuff. So. Al Hartman says they used to make some for the TRS-80 Model 1, some color overlays. That's kind of interesting. What was the video game system? It was the first Magnavox Odyssey, right? That one worked that one worked off of overlays, right, for the TV, right? So the Magnavox Odyssey was basically you had two paddles that just moved two balls of light on the screen, but they had these different overlays that fit the TV, and you had like imaginary mazes you had to like move the light balls through, like an Etch-a-Sketch and stuff. So, and those overlays assumed at the time that everybody had a stock 19-inch tube television, that there were, you didn't have anything bigger or smaller. That was like the American standard was a 19-inch TV at the time, so.
Yeah. And just to make sure people know, that's the original 1972 Odyssey, not the Odyssey 2, which is probably more from 76.
Yeah, so that was an overlay based home console thing. So,
hey Willie, neat. did you ever keep your Model 1? Did you ever have one?
Yes, I did, for a short amount of time.
You don't have it today?
No.
Do you emulate it much, or?
Oh yeah, I found a really cool emulator, the TRS-32 emulator, and it does a really good job of emulating the Model 1 and the Model 3 TRS-80. So I've been playing around with that. That's what I've been using to make my Tandycade videos with.
Did you save all of the games you made from back in the day on floppies or whatever?
I did. I had quite a few games I saved on those big old floppy disks. And unfortunately, a lot of that stuff is gone.
That is. Awesome. What other questions do we have for Willie from the panel or from the live viewing audience right now?
Out of all the retro game and home computer systems that you've played with, either with emulators or with the actual hardware stuff, what is your favorite from each of the two genres? What's your favorite arcade home console? What's your favorite 8-bit home computer?
Well, probably my favorite home computer is probably going to be the Atari. I did a lot with that. I knew quite a bit about it and how to program it. And what's my favorite console, home console?
Yeah, from the original 8-bit era type thing, or the pre-crash era.
I'm probably going to say probably the Bally Astrocade is my favorite home console to play.
Very cool. Well, we also have a very special guest here. It looks like we're looking at David Ladd eating a hamburger right now. We have David Ladd showing up on Grant Leedy's feed, and then we have 2 other David Ladd feeds in the live show here. So I'm not sure what the hell David Ladd's doing right now, but he is...
What did you have, Willie?
This was a homebrew game. I want to show a homebrew game for the Vectrex, what they look like.
Nice.
Yeah, this was done by Chris over at Binary Star Software, another buddy of mine. This is a 2-for game. It's got Death Chase, which is that arcade game. If you remember back then, you run over the zombies on the road. Then also has Nox, which is a racing game. And they have their own special overlays as well.
Oh, neat.
Is that why the package is big? Because it has the overlays in it.
Yeah,
the overlays have to be a certain size, so it can't be any smaller than that. Yeah.
9x11.
What is the average retail price? And these are all sold on cartridge too, so they're individual ROM.
Yeah. Let me open this thing up here real quick. So you got your instructions.
Okay. I mean, the production value here, this is like full retail quality production value.
Right there's the cartridge.
Wow.
Wow, nice.
Sitting in there. And then, here's the overlays. Here's the one for Death Chase. Check that out.
That's cool. Nice and green, and
Nice
get your
and
little
pretty
score
and
holders.
shiny.
Yeah.
Here's the one for the racing game.
Wow.
That's something else.
What do the homebrew carts retail for?
They can vary. They can vary from like $20 up to $60.
I got a really important question. Like when you get a cartridge in your hand, do you feel like you have to blow on it?
No. No, I don't do that. I use isoprene alcohol.
Okay. We always see the Nintendo cartridge owner blowing on his.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't do that. Never have done that.
All right, so as low as 20, as high as 60.
Yes, it all depends what it is.
And they are being produced on an actual cartridge, so it's a physical ROM.
Yep.
Card or cartridge. You got packaging.
Emulator.
What?
Let's talk emulator. Do they have one?
Yeah, there's a real good emulator for the Vectrex. I've got it on my iPad. I can't remember what it's called, but there is a good emulator for the Vectrex.
And some of the new games and stuff are all out for it? Like
Yes.
that one you showed us would be on it?
I don't think it'd be on the emulator because that's hard coded into that game program. It's mainly just the original releases.
Right. So now you run into a situation where if these guys are producing these new homebrew games, it's easy for them to recoup their investment by selling the physical copies. If they were to release digital copies of this for emulators, it's probably hinder sales, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
That's something we talked about here, isn't it?
Yeah. So, like, for example, when it comes to the Atari communities, most of the time, like from Atari age, any new brew is sold on cartridge because just like in the old days of the CoCo, it didn't guarantee somebody couldn't copy it, but it definitely made it more work for somebody to pirate your software when they've got to buy it, at least one copy, and then now get a ROM, EEPROM burner, all this kind of crap like that, right? So the ColecoVision is the same way, right? So all the new games for ColecoVision are only sold on cartridge, right? And in those, I don't know what they're going for. They're probably $40, $60 too for those things, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So there is a discussion in our community because we do have the ability to put things on a cartridge, but the cost of doing so, means that the price of the game would be more money, and some of the developers are concerned about. Listen, I don't want to drive the price of my software up to the consumer. I'd rather have the consumer get it as inexpensively as possible. But as you're showing here, having all that packaging and the overlays, there is something nice about being able to buy that, right? To have that cartridge, that excitement of this new game on this new cartridge that I'm plugging into the side of my system, right? I'm a fan of cartridges. I'm a fan of tangible games as a collector and just because it's retro. But I see both sides of the concern for this, but it's seeming like your community has got no shortage of games and they're all physical and people are buying them. right? Yep. And it's not a challenge. The price is not a barrier. Obviously, the quality of the game is there. The quality of the packaging and the materials is there. So nobody's going to have a concern spending $60 on that if you got 2-for-1 games and 2 overlays and a glossy manual, all that kind of stuff. There's value there, right?
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah.
And I do have a question related to that, because you did show the adapter cartridge where you can do the SD cards. Now, is that only used basically for the original games that are harder to find the original ROMs for, or do some of the new games also distribute on SD card?
I've not seen any of the new stuff being distributed on an SD card. Some of the authors will release the games for free that you can put on the SD card and stick it in here. I've not seen
nobody's distributing them that way.
No, I've not seen one ever distributed that way.
Right. Yeah, because there's
We've
money.
seen a little bit of that in our community, where some games have been distributed on SD card with a little sticker with the logo of the game and stuff on it.
There's money to be made selling cartridges. Atari's doing it. Coleco's doing it. Vectrex is doing it.
Yep. In television.
Yep. I think the challenge that we have is that we don't have as many new games coming out as you guys do.
Hey,
You're saying
Steve,
you've got, yeah.
Can you show them a couple of the ones we have? You have some right there.
Yeah. I'll switch to full screen here. So
we had some really
so
good.
So this is what the cartridge looks like. Now this is a reproduction of the original Radio Shack cartridge.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
And it's injection molded. So this is made with a mold, and it's good quality plastic, red plastic, new circuit boards, EEPROM cartridges, and a custom label. This is Farfall from John Linville, Retro Tinker. This is one of his projects for the CoCo, and he's kind of the driving force behind this whole cartridge thing for our system. So plastic is one option, but we also have we've got 3D printed as well. This is just a plain 3D printed cartridge. So this one is going to a cartridge that's called the CoCo Flash. So the CoCo Flash has like 8K or 8 megabytes, right? 8 megabytes of flash banks where you can flash ROMs onto this cartridge. So this one's 3D printed, and it's just kind of plain. And then I'll show you another 3D printed that's a little bit nicer. And so this is a guy in our community called John Strong. Made a custom game called Bomb Squad, which is kind of like a clone of Minesweeper. Oh, and he did his own custom 3D printed case where it's 2 colors of plastic. And the handles on the side, it's kind of hard to see, but they actually are shaped like a bomb. So the little thing where you'd like put your thumb and forefinger to pull the cartridge out, that actually looks like a bomb. And so he actually did his company, his game logo in the artwork. There's a label on the side here that says Bomb Squad. And then we even have like the packaging, right? So this is how the original packaging of a Radio Shack game went. So in this one here, this one's sealed. So this one's got, you can see the label through the cutout. You can see the front one. So we've got reproductions of the original program pack case that Radio Shack sold them in. So this one is fairly, but actually John had this one customized, a Strongware game. And then we also have these here that are in a red box. This is what John Linville chose to do with his, but with Bomb Threat, which is a new game by Rick Adams, you can see the cartridge through the window, like the way it was in the old days. It's just kind of got a sticker for the front and just an insert. I don't think anybody's gotten terribly fancy. I take that back. Who actually, and it's right in front of me here. Here's another way of doing it. So this is on an SD card. So this is a game called Timberman that was actually released. Well, you can get it digital, or you could purchase the physical one. But this is the SD card with a custom label.
Oh wow!
Right, and so we've got a cartridge that runs off of SD. Right, so you plug this into your cartridge, and then you can just mount anything off SD card and run it. And this one actually has a halfway decent glossy manual, color glossy manual, right? So we do have some products that are in a similar, I would say, vein of some of your Vectrex products as far as the production value and the packaging and the materials. So
Forest of Doom.
Forest of Doom. Where the hell's Forest? Thank you, Ron Delvo.
That's a good one.
Forest of Doom by Bruce Moore. Is he still here? Hey, Bruce.
I'm here.
All right. So Bruce Moore released a game where if you bought the strategy guide, you get the game for free, right? So it's a kind of a role-playing game, but in order to get the game, you had to buy the strategy guide. So it's an actual book you could purchase for the game.
But not only that,
which happens to be a strategy guide, and it gives you the link to download it. And it tells you how to play the game, and it shows you, gives you a story, a backstory. It kind of reminds me of the old Monster Manual if you ever played Dungeons and Dragons. So it's kind of like a Dungeon Master's Guide Monster Manual, and it shows you the creatures you would find. It gives you tips and tricks on how to play the game. Then it kind of gets into your bad guy stats. So you get into like, well, you're going to fight a goblin, and goblins, are immune to this type of attack and things like this. So pretty cool little packaging there. Go ahead, Ron. I'm sorry.
Well, we had a contest to start it off. Remember?
We did, and I don't know if Paul Fiscarelli's still here. So yeah, this game we had a live on-air contest, or this was a contest that Bruce did. I don't know if Bruce, if you want to tell more about the contest for Forest of Doom when it was released.
Go ahead, you got it.
Well, I might screw it up, but basically, whoever got to the victory screen first and sent out a picture got a mug, right? It was called. Was the first one called the Chalice of Bravery?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so it was a custom printed coffee mug that said "I survived the Forest of Doom." And Paul Fiscarelli, who might still be in the live chat, he says he's here. So Paul Fiscarelli got the first mug, but there was a timing delay on how people got the book shipped because people were buying all over the world. And the publisher he used, some people got the book in 2 days, some people got the book in 2 weeks. So he held a second contest.
Paul got the book and finished the game before somebody else had even gotten their mailbox.
Yeah. So Paul, for just luck of the draw, he got his book right away and he beat the game right away. So Bruce held a second contest like a month later when everybody had a chance to get the game. And we actually did a live marathon where we were all here. Paul just joined. Now you can see Paul's picture. His profile picture is him holding up that mug, the first mug, which Paul won fair and square. Now some other douchebag who will remain nameless.
Hey now, driving down the road right now.
I heard that. I'm driving. I heard it.
Yeah, this guy Jason. Yeah, we did like a 4-hour marathon one night, and we were all playing together. And after I died like 3 different times, Jason ended up winning it live on the air while we were playing it. So Jason won the second mug. So
which we renamed.
Yeah, the mug of douchery is what I called it, but there was an actual name for it. What was it called, Bruce?
I don't remember now.
It was at CoCo Fest.
It was at CoCo Fest, yeah. So he had his brother Ken made like an acrylic display case with LED lighting, and it was on a slow turntable and everything.
Spined. So
yeah. The other thing that was different that came with Forest of Doom with the digital download was a soundtrack.
Yes, that too. Yeah, digital soundtrack because Bruce is a musician, composer, and everything else. So it's got mood music to play in the background while you play the game. So
we're sorry, but you're gonna have to get yourself a color computer. Or something.
Yeah. So we have had a handful of interesting things happen in the way of unique ways to distribute products, just creative, innovative ways of doing it. I think our biggest, I don't know if you want to call it complaint or just more concern, is that we just want more software for the CoCo. We want more games, more programs, and the bigger systems have more people in their community, so they're getting more product, especially on the game side and the software side. I know the Atari and the Commodore and the Apple. I don't know about the Apple. Is Apple getting a lot of new stuff, Mark Overholzer?
Yeah, there's a bunch of new games coming out for the Apple. I have one actually running behind.
Yeah, like I know about Alien Downpour and the Oid Zone, but those are the only two I've heard of in the past year. But I'm not as active in the community, so.
Right, I think there's a couple others too.
Yeah.
That people are working on, but nobody has done anything like Michael Packard did with these two.
Yeah, but
I like 3 more in the pipe too.
Ah, that's cool. So I love that there's new stuff coming out. We would all love to see more CoCo games being created, and it's happening. The segment we did earlier today, Steve Bjork, who's done dozens of games, commercial successful games, and in the early days, he's now teaching us how to do it. So hopefully, it's going to open up more people to write new software for our beloved system. That's awesome, though.
The only drawback that to gaming with our machine is that it doesn't have a sound chip, but we've got 3 different sound chips available, I guess.
We've got new hardware. Yeah, we got a lot of new hardware for our system, add-ons, augments, if you will, to the system.
They're just waiting for the software to catch up now.
Yeah. There are now third-party soundboards for our systems. There are, gosh, you guys know better than me at this point.
We have HDMI. We have RGB. We have
EIEIO.
Yeah, STDs.
So
a few of them have
like Star Pilot.
Yeah, there's like RS-232 cards with the new, buffered chips. There's multi-CPU add-ons. There's memory upgrades that go way beyond what Tandy did in the first place, and all kinds of stuff.
we have a whole nother operating system besides what came in when you turn the machine on. We have OS 9. And the new version, Curtis.
Ease of use.
Yeah, because Tandy did sell the original OS 9, but yeah, we've kind of gone way past that.
Yeah, so we got stuff. We shouldn't. We should be thankful for what we do have, but I guess it's human nature to always want more, right?
Oh yeah.
Another thing to mention too is we have Bruce has done some innovative things like the Force of Doom. You'll sell the book and then the game's free with it. But he also did the CoCo Forever, which is like a radio play with add-ons that are multimedia. Some of it actually runs on a CoCo, and he made a whole 10-part series of an alternate future type thing. It's like an audio book story, which I've never heard of anybody else doing before. So on a retro platform,
a theater of the mind.
And Steve, if you played our, did you play yet the collection of people that support us?
I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah. There's a lot of people in the community making hardware and software for our system. So sometimes we have to remember to count our blessings. What's that, Jason?
Like the switcheroo that'll be available in limited quantity at Tandy Assembly.
Shameful plug there, right? So, good stuff. All right, have we overwhelmed you, Willie? Are you good? Your head hasn't exploded or anything?
No, I'm fine.
All right, cool. Well, I definitely want to thank you for sharing the Vectrex with us and telling us a little bit about all your activities. And like I say, you're welcome to hang out all day. I'm not sure how long we're going to still pontificate here, but you're welcome to hang out as long as you like.
And really, one thing I would just want to ask you too, if you're still in contact with some of the people doing original Vectrex games and stuff, is maybe mention, in case they don't know about it, the 609, because it's a pop-in replacement chip that gives you some extra functions, and maybe they could use it to make some, even more incredible games too.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Definitely.
Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
So we have Grant Leedy, David Ladd. Something's going on here, some type of bromance. What's going on, guys? Before I saw David Ladd twice on the screen. I saw David Ladd on Grant's feed. Grant Leedy, have you made first contact with David Ladd?
Yes, I have. He is right here.
All right.
Guys.
Let's get his shining mug up on the screen here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got David Ladd. Why is it so small right now?
He's vertical.
He's doing portrait, I think.
I
don't know what the hell's
to
going on.
landscape, I think.
It's just showing up small.
She didn't say that yesterday.
No, she didn't. All right, so David, what are you eating now? Are you at a Subway?
No, we're at a Runza.
Okay, all right. Yeah, this segment's just really brought the show to a whole nother level here. Today on What's David Eating? What are you eating, David? Looks like fries.
Yeah, he's eating. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Just David's ignoring us or being a dick or all the above. I'm not sure.
Probably all the above. Why can't you hear me? No, I don't think you can.
Now, are those seasoned fries, David?
No.
These are the hard-hitting questions that we have to ask. Christ.
Just let you know, I'm wearing sunglasses because the light off the top of his head is blinding me.
Ah, okay.
So ask the hard questions.
The hard questions that I asked the questions that the other show just won't.
Because they deem them irrelevant.
Yes.
But we won't go there.
Have you So Grant Leedy, have you seen David Ladd's palatial estate yet?
Yes, I have.
You have, and you live to tell the tale.
Yes, I have.
All right. Now, is this something we can share over the airwaves, or is this something we need to be talking about in Discord?
Is this something that should be part of a police report?
Did you bring your own hand
There's
sanitizer?
definitely some dead bodies in there, that's for sure.
Indecent exposure.
He has an extraordinary amount of shovels in his collection.
Yes. What are all the black hefty bag shovels and duct tape doing in the corner of David Ladd's apartment? So,
I
Lord,
survived. That's all that's the matter.
you survived. You survived unscathed.
Oh, we're gonna go that route, huh?
David Ladd.
Yeah, I survived.
David Ladd.
All right. So, David, I gotta know: is it chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry? What's your favorite shake?
Do I know what your favorite shake is?
Chocolate strawberry.
Chocolate strawberry. There we go. Can't have just one.
Did you put water in this?
Why don't you taste it and find out?
Do you dip your fries in water so you can have a half French fry, half half water?
Yeah, you put water in the ketchup.
Yeah. So good stuff. Well, this segment has really brought us to a whole nother level. I think some Cable Ace Awards are in our future. Thank you, David Ladd. Can't thank you enough. Awesome stuff. So what's next for you guys? Have you already you're picking up parts from David or swapping parts?
Yeah, I got some keyboards, PlayStation 3. Yeah, I got some keyboards, the CM8 monitor, PlayStation 3, some computer case, the CM8 monitor. So a lot of stuff I'll be bringing to computer case. So a lot of stuff I'll donate to the. Whatever I don't keep, I'll donate to the.
Okay, we're getting a space-time multiplexer thing going on here. One of you guys needs to mute your phone.
David did.
All right.
No, I got a lot of stuff I'll be donating to Candy Assembly, whatever I'll keep. So
some of David Ladd's
recycling the stuff.
Any of David Ladd's bodily fluids or soiled articles of clothing?
Hold on. Brad, just put it right there. Hold on. Let me get this.
No, yeah.
I have no idea what's going on here.
Logistics problem.
Yeah. No idea what's going on here. All right, well, we're going to move on.
Trying to put the trash away.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Are we going to have a core dump or anything?
We're going to have a core dump. Is Nick Marentes with us? I see a Nick on the screen.
Yeah. I've got no core dump subjects planned. So.
I think Curtis had some type of dump he wanted to bestow upon us.
Well, when Nick does the core dump, the water flows the opposite way.
Yes. All right, how about we do this? Let's take another quick commercial break. We'll pause for the cause, drain whatever you got to drain, and then we'll be back and we'll do some type of technical discussion of some form or another. So we'll be right back in just a bit, folks.
Hi, this is Max Jackson live from CoCo Fest. And listen to The Real Game, Steve Bjork.
Switcheroo. Use your CoCo with a modern display. Go from RGB to composite with just the flip of a switch. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
What's going on, everybody? The original gamer Stevie Stroh here, and I want to talk to you about I'mACoconut.com. If you love the color computer like I love the color computer, then you got to visit I'mACoconut.com, your one-stop shop for all of your Tandy color computer links needs. There you'll find links to blogs and podcasts and project sites and emulators and downloads and groups and communities. If you love the color computer, head on over to I'mACoconut.com. That's IMACoconut.com. Tell them the original gamer Stevie Stroh sent you. CoCo forever, people.
G'day, mates. This is Nick Marionettes, author of such color computer titles as Donut Disaster, Rupert Rhymes, and Rockstar Pilot. And I am here today to tell you about the world's most fabulous operating system, OS 9. OS 9 and its current incarnation, Nitrous 9, is the most advanced operating system ever created. And what makes it so good? Ease of use. I find OS 9 so incredibly intuitive that I haven't once cracked open the user manual. And yet I've been able to create such incredible games faster than the time it takes to sing Waltzing Matilda. Using OS 9, I expect my next game, Funstar, will be done this weekend and distributed exclusively on ROM cartridge. OS 9 forever.
Any resemblance to actual events to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Some people have big plans after school. You know what Elliot's gonna do? Jeff, too. Elliot's at work on a book report using scripted on Radio Shack's Color Computer 3. It hooks up to his TV. And Jeff's at his Radio Shack Color Computer 3 playing the newest football game. But wait, what's Elliot doing playing new Super Pitfall? And Jeff's having a blast with a new math tutor. You never know what you might try with more than 100 programs for fun and learning. Radio Shack's Color Computer 3 comes with everything you see here. Other items each sold separately. Only at Radio Shack.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
Who else had a blast with the new math tutor? I remember having a blast with that math tutor, don't you guys?
I never had the math tutor.
What are you talking about?
Well, that explains a lot, David.
Hey.
All right. Well, I believe we've got some type of dump to take here. So how about we go ahead and...
There's a better time for taking that.
David, take your meds, okay? You're
back away a little bit from the mic too.
Yeah, you're eating your microphone like they were that box of French fries a few minutes ago. So
I can't help that. I'm in the car now.
Okay. Well, just find the mute button and use it generously. There's your frickin' blinker, too, for Christ's sake. Okay. We are going to... Willie had to leave. By the way, thanks for being here, William. We're going to go... Because this is, with a few exceptions of a restaurant segment, this is a fairly professional show. And we're going to run a quick infographic here because we're going to take a dump here in just a minute. So let's go ahead and cue this animation. Listen, we spare no expense when it comes to the production costs and values of this program here. So... It's time for a core dump with L. Curtis Boyle. Today's segment, Stupid Nitrous 9 Tricks. All right.
Nick would like that title.
Take it away, L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, basically this will be a series of some sort, and I'll just kind of pull stuff at random when I think of it. But basically, I'm calling it Stupid Nitrous 9 Tricks just because a lot of people think Nitrous 9 is stupid. But actually, they're not stupid tricks. It's more like undocumented tricks or things you wouldn't think of normally. So today, one that I'm going to mention is get put buffers, which normally you use on graphic screens, just like you did in BASIC, like you did in your game, Stevie. You basically pick up a graphic shape and can put it somewhere else. Well, in Nitrous 9 and also on some of the patch versions of the original OS 9, you actually can do that on text screens too. So if you want to draw something on the 80 column or the 40 column screen with colored text and stuff like that, or even draw primitive graphics with it, you can actually get a shape and move it around using the get put buffers. It works a little bit differently than the manual says, because the manual, of course, doesn't mention this at all, that you can do this. So basically what it does is that you specify your start position, which works normally, whatever character offset you want to do. So if you want to grab a block 10 by 10 starting at 20,5 on the 80 column screen, that's how you would specify it. But it's done by characters. The original get put buffers are done by pixels. So you can actually get, and then you can put it, and because the get put buffers are universal within OS 9 Nitrous 9 itself, you're not restricted to doing it just within your own program. You can get it, and then it becomes a get put buffer that's system wide. So you can go drop it into another window. You can have it put to multiple different screens using the same get put buffers. And internally, Nitrous 9 actually uses something similar to this, part of the same routine, to do its overlay windows. So if you want to pop an overlay window with a little prompt or something and then restore the stuff underneath, that's using get put buffers internally. But we've now exposed it so the user can do that too. And I actually have a little demo program, which I'll see if I can show in VCC here, if I can share that window.
The suspense is killing me. So you're saying you could basically get put if you have an 80 column screen, and I wanted to get and put from like column 5 down to column 10, and I wanted to draw this imaginary box of text. I could get a block of text off of the text screen.
Yeah, and then you can move it around on that screen, or you can go to and put it on different windows.
And you could move it around like per pixel, not like per character.
Per character.
Per character. So
Yeah. If you're on a graphic screen and you put text on it, then you can get that move that by pixel.
Okay. So if
But
I get
okay,
let's say the word game over. I just get that one word, game over. Now
Mm-hmm.
I can put that on a graphic screen, even though I got it as text. Can you put text on graphics?
No, text and graphic screens are kept completely separate from each
So
other.
really, this is basically like a copy and paste buffer. Think of it like the modern copy and paste. So I could highlight a block of text. I could copy that. It stays in memory until I paste it somewhere else. But you can only paste text into text and graphics into graphics. So I could copy it from like the command prompt and then paste it into an editor or notepad or vice versa.
Well, it's not pasting the actual text as a text buffer. It's pasting it as if it were a graphics buffer, except it's grabbing it's grabbing the attribute bytes. So whatever your foreground color of the text, the background color is blank turned on or off, is underlined turned on or off. It's actually getting the raw data that you use on the gimme to draw the text on the screen. So it becomes, the literal text with all the attribute bytes included.
Okay.
So it might be a bit easier if I can actually demonstrate it, except it's not letting me share
it.
it.
I have to stop sharing my system sound, so hold on one second. Go ahead, Curtis, by all means, please. Your audience awaits.
Okay, is that showing up?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll just do a quick little list here. So it's a Basic 09 program. I've got just, I'm using the Graphics 2 package, which we've updated for the ease of use beta 1 and the upcoming 2 with some extra commands that the original one doesn't have, but most of it's stock stuff. So it's not a very big little program here. And I just I put some text on the top and then I grab a little chunk out of the middle and then I have it bounce around the screen and I randomly change the background color of the screen so you can kind of see it. Now, I didn't do this really, smart like Steve Bjork did on his demo for bouncing stuff around. I'm not making it flicker free. I'm actually making it flicker like mad would be more the technical term for it. Because I'm clearing the screen and then I put on the new position that little block of text and I clear the screen again and put the block of text. So I'm not, optimize this to be smooth or anything. I just wanted to demonstrate the fact that it works. So I'll just run it. And just let me know when you guys have read that little bit of text there.
It says, quick demo of using get and put buffers on a hardware text screen. Start XY positions as well as XY sizes are specified by character. Since these are normal get put buffers, you can even put them onto different screens, but they have to be the exact same type, 40 or 80 columns. ID get put group equals 4. Okay, press enter to continue.
A little bit of explanation, the ID, because OS 9 and Nitrous 9 are multi-user, multitasking operating systems. Every process has its own process number. If you're used to Linux, et cetera, it has that too. And basically, a way to keep get put buffers locally, like one problem with a multi-user system is that you could have a program that says, I'm going to reserve get put buffers 1 to 5 to be my spaceship or something. But if another program running in another window, because the get put buffers are universally shared or shareable, like fonts and stuff too, then you could literally have another game go and immediately overwrite all those buffers your game's expecting because it's loading its own, 1 to 5. So the way to get around that is you get the ID of your current process that's unique to you, and then you get a group of up to 200 buffers that you can use, and you can put them in each group matching your ID. That means process number 5 uses group 5. Process number 6 uses group 6. That way you're not overwriting each other's stuff. So that's what I did here. In this case, I happen to be process number 4.
Okay.
So it's going to grab a little chunk from the top there, and then bounce it around the screen.
Yeah. That's interesting.
And that's all using stock, display code sequences. I'm not doing any machine language programming here whatsoever. This is just basic and standard commands. And you can span that to whatever size you want. You can have multiple buffers if you want to put multiple things at once. You can do some animations and stuff. I mean, basically, you can do this as kind of an 80 by 25 by 8 or 16 color hardware text screen with really fast results.
So, for example, most text screens aren't designed to scroll anything from bottom up. So if you wanted to do a cool effect, you could print some text on the screen, get it in a buffer, and then scroll it down, for example.
Or left or right.
Scroll to the left or scroll to the right, right? So And that's kind of neat. I never would have even have conceived of the concept of getting and putting text.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think I just heard Stevie Stroh say, "Hey, that's kind of neat and that's cool" in regards to OS 9.
You are correct on both counts, Barry. During the day, we're allowed to talk about OS 9.
That'll be deleted from the permanent record, though.
Yes, we'll edit that out later on in post. So.
This is also a way too. You can
I have a recording.
If you want to do overlapping windows and you keep control of it yourself, this is one technique you can use, because you can put buffers yourself like this rather than relying on the system, because the system normally insists device windows have to be non-overlapping. Now you can shut the device window protect switch off, and then you can manually do it that way too. But this is an alternative method. Within your own program, you can have resizable windows. You can actually have the mouse drag and select whatever size you want, have them overlap. You just put the stuff underneath, and then you put the other one over top type thing. And if you do it fast enough and timed correctly with the VSync, like Steve was talking, you can actually do like overlapping windows using this technique too on a hard protect screen.
Now, can you do things like page flipping in Basic 09?
Yes.
Okay.
The bouncing belt demo you saw at the Chicago CoCo Fest is actually page flip between two screens.
Okay.
And you can do this with graphics also.
Yeah, well, the graphics
but
you
graphics
would assume.
is well known. I mean, the whole reason that I did this is because this is not documented in the manual, and actually in the stock OS 9 you can't do this. But
right, and you would. So the fact that we can get and put a block of text is somewhat of a revelation to. Davey Mitchell says he's getting seasick, so maybe you want to stop this now. So,
yeah, I'll just change the color here. That maybe won't be so seasick. There, is that better?
No, I think it's the actual motion itself that's bothering him. So, no, that's neat. That's really neat. So, nice new segment here. Stupid OS 9 tricks. And getting and putting. Yeah, now that it's paused, actually, we can kind of see where you got it. Like you can see we have clipped off some of the words. Like so on the left side here, you only see a few letters that are not complete words. On the right, you can see where a few things are clipped off. So you just kind of grab some, you grab the box. Paul's asking if he can see the program again, if you can see the listing, the actual source code.
I don't know if you can see it with this color set. Is that?
Yeah, the contrast kind of blows at this point. So
I will fix that. Keep talking.
I don't know. The palette looks fine to me.
Yeah, well, that's coming from a guy who drinks Diet Dr. Pepper and water. All right, so. All right, so he's going to do it again. All right. Dim back color, X delta, Y delta, integer. Yeah.
I didn't write this the most efficiently because I was just kind of hacking it together before the show.
Right.
So. And then you see the Run GFX2. That's called the GFX2 library. This is the new updated one that's on the ease of use beta.
Okay.
And then you can see Run GFX2 ID at the 1A3. That's where I get the process number so that I make sure the get buffers are unique to me.
Okay. And then you change your background color equals random 7 plus 1.
Yep.
Background color loop. There we go. Clear. Put. Then we're putting in our positions. And then the delta is the offset. X delta is the offset.
Exactly like Steve was describing on his.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that loop to end loop is basically the main routine. And it also does a check to see if you hit a key to get out of it.
So is this going to be on ease of use beta 2?
Yes. As the sample program here will be on there for people to fiddle with and see how it's done.
Excellent.
Neat. Yeah. So this tool, Basic 09, that Basic 09 is on my list of things to learn because I know it'll empower me to write faster software, but I really want to learn assembly. But this is a tool. This is an option for people. And they also mentioned on the CoCo crew, the CMOC is another option for people who want to write software for the CoCo and maybe want, you don't want to learn assembly. You don't want to take that deep dive and learn assembly. Then, CMOC's an option. Basic 09 is definitely an option. I think Bruce Moore is doing a hybrid of this on his current project. He's doing some in Basic 09. He's doing some in, he's compiling certain things, mixing assembly and all kinds of stuff. So you can do a fusion of all of these techniques technically if you wanted to.
Yep. Yeah, Basic 09 is actually designed. I mean, some of the function routines that you call like GFX2 in key are actually machine language little modules that you call from Basic 09. You can pass parameters to them. They can pass parameters back. But the stupid Nitrous 9 tricks, I mean, some of them will be stupid. I'll just like do things when you do Dura, suddenly like clears the screen, changes the colors, and draws some bars, and then your titles of your programs actually in the directory. There's dumb little things like that you can do with the disk editor. But I also going to cover a lot of the undocumented. I mean, we'll gradually are increasing the documentation for Nitrous 9 because there's a lot of stuff that was added, or stuff that it was even in the stock OS 9 that wasn't properly documented from Microware. There's some stuff that they kind of skipped over. So there's a whole bunch of stuff I want to get into, and just we'll try to throw a tip, once a show or something like that of some undocumented thing.
Undocumented features. Yeah. That's cool.
So that was the first one I wanted to do. I want something to do a bit visual so it didn't bore you to tears.
Yeah.
OS 9 Undocumented Corner. It's a new feature.
Like I said, I'm calling it stupid OS 9 tricks just because, or Nitrous 9 tricks just because, Nick always told me that Nitrous 9 was stupid, especially writing. That's a kind of a play on words there. But I think you could do a pretty neat game using this technique because, I mean, the text screen is quite fast, even on the 6.8. And you can do, you're not limited to one buffer. You can get a whole bunch. You can pre-draw a bunch of shapes if you want to make like Space Invaders or something animated. You can rotate through them as you're drawing them on and do it all in the hardware text screen. Much faster than you do in Basic.
just out of curiosity, could you technically put something faster than you could directly print it?
Yes.
You could. Okay.
Put it as optimized to do rectangular blocks, so it has a lot of optimizations in it. Regular printing has to go through the whole. Are you hitting the pause key? What am I actually currently set to?
Okay. So if you wanted to generate objects out of text characters, now you could also redefine those text characters because these are technically fonts, right? Or no?
No, this is the hardware text screen.
So it's hardware text. Okay. So these are not redefinable.
No, if you're running on a graphics screen, OS 9 of course supports all the fonts. Then yes, you can do it. But doing full graphics is a bit slower because you're dealing with a 16K.
So this is the 80 column or 40 column CoCo text screen that's done in hardware.
Yes.
Okay. But you could do some like ASCII art or something, for example, get that into a buffer and then just put it around the screen and do some very fast animation with it.
Yeah. I get a good example that would be like something like the Vectrex splash screen because that's all hardware text.
Yeah.
And it uses underlines to give that kind of glimmering look like it's shining under light or something like that. And you can do all kinds of stuff. Basically, it gives you an 80 by 25 with blinking, underlining if you want, and up to 16 colors.
Yeah, you can play around with that. It's a different semi-graphics mode in a way.
Kind of, yeah. It's like a CoCo VGA.
CoCo VGA kind of thing, yeah. With the added benefit you can now get and put.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be neat to play with. Cool.
I'd like to see you do your Cosmic Aliens kind of like.
Well, the next version I'm going to do is going to be text-based, so this might translate to that very well. Which opens up a question that I would like to throw out to you guys because we're in our software dev section here in Core Dump. This is where we have questions, things shared and questions asked, right? So the next version of Cosmic Aliens I want to start right now. The idea of it is I'm going to do it all in text mode. So I'm using nothing, and I'm not even doing semi-graphics. I'm going to just do different letters and numbers and symbols for everything, peeking and poking everything to the screen. And I'm hoping that this is one that can, number one, easily translate to the MC10 and to the Dragon, can be easily upgraded to assembly as I learn assembly. And I want it to be able to run on a stock CoCo with standard color basic. I don't want to use any extended color basic commands. So to that end, I'm looking for a simple way to maybe poke audio that's going to be better sounding and shorter duration than the sound command would be. And we don't necessarily have to get into that in detail today, but I'm just throwing out the question. Maybe I'll put it in Discord. If somebody could give me some ideas of a few things I could do to poke stuff to the DAC to get some fast sound out of the DAC without using the sound command, I would be looking forward to that knowledge being shared with me.
Yeah, probably making a little exec call, like a little mini machine language program to do it, probably the best because Basic's pretty slow poking the DAC on its own. Okay,
fair enough. But I'm going to avoid using the sound command.
Yeah,
I can see why. I want to avoid using the play command because that's now you can't do it on the MC10.
Yeah.
So
James Diffendaffer can help you with the MC10 to write a little machine language because you just do a clear 200 comma, reserve a little bit of memory at the top, poke in a little machine language program that probably would only be 100, 200 bytes maybe to do some.
Doesn't the MC10 have a sound command?
It probably does, but the sound command sucks. And the shortest duration of it is like sound 1,1. That
Which is
1,1
of a second, while
1/60 of a second.
1/250.
It's just too long of a pause for a sound effect. You know, it's going to literally halt the game. You know.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So I want to avoid halting. So I guess
you'll have to go a separate machine language subroutine.
Okay, so it's not really feasible to poke a few bytes to the DAC.
Nope.
No, because poke is like translating real numbers to integers to figure out where it's poking and what it's poking, so it's actually quite slow.
Okay.
Basic 09 might be fast enough to do it because it's all integer based, so it's
well. If I'm doing it in Basic 09, I don't have to worry about making any compromises because it would only work in Basic 09. I'm trying to do it in like Color Basic, so it's got a multi-life potential,
Yeah, but the nice thing about doing that is if you have the same code between the CoCo 1 and 2 version and your MC10 version, basically, the machine language subroutine can be customized for each. You can have a 6803 version. Like I said, James can help you with that for the MC10.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can have a 6809 version for the DAC, but then you could also throw in a 6809 alternate version if you have the Game Master cartridge or one of these other sound cards. You could actually have it so it works on any of them and gets extra features if you put on the high-end stuff.
Yeah. Okay, that's a little over my pay grade right now, so I think I'll just start off by not having sound at all, and as I learn more in assembly, we'll cross that road, and I'll start picking some brains and getting some input on how to do that. No, good stuff, good dump. Thanks for sharing that with us, Curtis. And you heard it here. Stevie Stroh says, "Yeah, OS 9's kind of cool." And thanks for showing us that.
Some of these little tricks will be kind of boring. Like I'll do stuff like there's some stuff they added in for doing, file access and changing attributes of files and things like that are more hardcore techie. But just because they're not documented, I like to throw them out there, kind of show how they're done, and then that'll be part of the documentation of the ease of use as we go. Because we are planning on kind of doing a full new version of the manuals with all the stuff that's changed, fixing some problems they had in the original manuals where they got mistakes, adding in all the new features we've added, anything that's 609 specific versus 6809, or warnings about speed differences that are huge between the two chips, etc.
Documentation.
Tim Franklin saying, "Did you take a good dump?"
Yeah, I just got to remember to wipe afterwards, and I'll be
all
good.
Right, so good dump. There we go.
God.
All right.
I've got one thing to add to finish the dump. Just before when we were talking with Willie, I think was his name. What was his name?
Yeah, William. Was it William Culver?
Yeah, and regarding all the Vectrex stuff that was that he was showing us, just one thing I thought of. A couple of years back, our resident CoCo super programmer extraordinaire, sock master, John Kowalski, was talking to me saying that he had ideas on how to do a Vectrex emulator on the CoCo.
Ooh.
CoCo 3. So he says, well, they both have 6809, so that you don't have to emulate the processors. They're the same. All he had to do was emulate the vector display.
Right.
So he had ideas on how to do that. And then once you've got the whole underlying Vectrex emulation running, then it's a matter of just getting the ROM cartridge images and loading them into the CoCo's memory
on a disk image or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it sounds like the Vectrex community's already done that for all the original ROM cartridges. They already have an SD card with all that.
Yeah, so that's already done. But all you need is the emulator.
Yeah.
So the CoCo could do a Vectrex emulator quite easily. If it can emulate a Z80 CPU on a arcade game like he did with the Donkey Kong, Vectrex should be much easier. There's no color.
Right.
You can just the 640 by 225 black and white screen, and fast routines. You can do your vectors, and a vector.
Now, what speed did the CPU in the original Vectrex run? I thought it was a 1.5 megahertz. Was it 1 or 1.5? I can't remember.
Well,
but I mean, just to clarify, I mean, John is not emulating the Z80. He's transcoded.
Yeah, he transcoded.
He's emulating the sprite chip and he's emulating the sound chip.
That's right. Yeah,
he's transcoded, so it's actually running native 6809.
Yeah. But there wouldn't be any transcoding on the CPU. So
yeah,
that was an idea he had. I'm just looking up to see what the CPU of the Vectrex was. So
Yeah, but basically, I mean, you basically would just have to emulate the vector. You'd have to be able to draw really fast line routines, maybe with some fading of color, depending on, how long the vector beam's been on that particular spot.
Honestly, even
1.5 megahertz.
Okay, so yeah, we'd be in the same ballpark. I'm even wondering if it could be done in P mode 4.
Well,
requires a 6309.
Yeah, it probably can, but I think when he was talking to me, he was talking about using a 640 by 200 or 225 maximum.
Yeah,
screen.
to give it the most Vectrex look.
Yeah, to give it the best high res.
Fair enough. Yeah.
And it's only black and white, so.
And is that still a 32K screen? Even that one page of it?
No. If you use
two colored 16K.
mode, yeah, it can be a
Now, if you want to
16K.
do the faded vectors for doing some of the grays, because I mean the Vectrex itself, if you told the beam to draw slow, it'd be brighter. If you told it to draw fast, it'd be dimmer. So it depends how similar you want to get to that. If you want a pure black and white experience, you could do it on a 16K screen. And to be honest, the Vectrex, if I remember, is taller than it is wide. So you wouldn't want to use a 640, I don't think. You'd probably want to use it reduced, like a 5.
Well, but maybe you scale it, but the 640 still is going to give you the finest point for the less jaggedy looking
But
line.
I'd use a 640 res. I just wouldn't use the full extra width. I would
Right.
You're only doing 512 or so that even takes it down less. I mean,
You'd be using a 225 vertical though,
Yeah,
the maximum.
for sure.
Yeah.
Can't we just turn our screen sideways?
Yeah, you have to do that on the current Tutankhamun half-done port. So
Yeah, that would be kind of neat. That looks like a neat system, that Vectrex.
That would probably not work well on a modern monitor.
Oh, it's being done on the CoCo 3, so it wouldn't matter. It's not doing.
Wouldn't you want to get a phosphorus thing going on your old monitor?
I mean, if you could do it on a CRT, it would definitely look better.
CM3 or CM8.
So here's a dumb question: is it possible to? I mean, I'm sure the answer is yes, but could you do something like a very inexpensive, like FPGA thing that would emulate the vector, whatever it's called, a vector chip or engine or terminology, where you could have some type of little inexpensive doohickey you plug into the CoCo that handles not only the sound chip part, but the vector emulation part.
we just feed it coordinates and it does the
yeah,
drawing.
and so literally the hardware has been emulated in hardware, and you just plug that in, and at that point it becomes plug and play. You don't even have to emulate anything, and that might be a simple enough hardware emulation that you don't need an expensive FPGA. You might be able to use a TTL, ESP,
CPLD.
CPLD. That might be an inexpensive project to bring the Vectrex to the CoCo.
You have to talk to somebody who knows that stuff a lot better than I know it. But yeah, I don't see why not.
Well, I think John had ideas on how to do it all under software. So
yeah, oh no, that's nice and that's good. But and I'd still like to see that. But if there could be like a plug and play hardware cartridge that you plug into the CoCo that handled the vector hardware through FPGA or something, you could literally just take the games off an SD card and run them. The only thing that we don't have then is the 4 buttons, right? Because their controllers had 4 buttons. We'd have to figure that out.
We have 2 joysticks.
Yeah.
Either that or you do the joystick is the actual joystick.
And then like 4 buttons on the keyboard.
The keyboard itself. So we got more than 4 buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah, 57.
Or go with the Atari controller types.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. Yeah, I'd like to see it in software, but I'm just wondering how easy and how inexpensive would that be to actually implement it in hardware to where it makes it truly plug and play, where nobody has to code anything. You just get them as you convert.
I don't think John would find that enough of a challenge to warrant it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be much of a challenge for him, but and not only that, but it means that no one could run it unless they bought the hardware as well, and that's going to hit you about a $30 or maybe more hardware add-on just to run the vector software.
Right.
I think a full software solution like John was originally talking about was the more viable one.
Yeah, well, I like to see it either way. That's cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
So yeah, I didn't think about that when William was on the show, but yeah. Anyway,
Will that be your next project after?
me no, not me. Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed having Willie on. Interesting guy.
Yeah.
Have we finished the dump?
Yes.
Yep. Press
All
the
right.
button.
Flush her down.
All right. Well, we got to get out Mikey's announcement. So I got to find that. Our good friend Mikey. He gave us an announcement to share. We got to remember to plug Tandy Assembly. But Mikey has announced that Tandy Assembly 2018 release. He's got some things here. So he's got Pi DriveWire 0.4 Tandy Assembly 2018 release. We will post the links here. Let me just try to do that right now. Let me go ahead and post the first one here. The GitHub /www/xml times GPLD. So here's our first link. Okay, so this is Pi DriveWire Tandy Assembly 2018 release. And what does it include? What it includes is implementation of DriveWire 4 and the MC protocol is in the Pi DriveWire. It's nearly complete. The server also implements additional features that are not available in DriveWire 4. Pi DriveWire also has experimental support for the MC protocol for use with the MCX Basic on the TRS-80 MC10. DriveWire 4 and MC protocols can be used simultaneously on the server without reconfiguration. New features in this. We mentioned the MC protocol support. Added window installation instructions. Added Pi DriveWire batch file. Remove remote DW console. DW server dir with DW server list commands. Enhanced to run on all OSs, Mac, Linux, Windows, etc. So what that means is that, and for those who are not aware, I'm sure a lot of people have heard of DriveWire. And some people use it, some people don't. But there's also been something that's called the MC server, and that's spelled EMCEE, written by Darren Atkins, who developed the CoCo SDC and the MCX 128 for the MC10. So the MC server is kind of like DriveWire for the MC10, where you can load software over the Bitbanger port. But they're two different protocols. So what Mikey has done is taken these two protocols and let them run simultaneously over his latest version of the Python-based DriveWire server that he's been working on, that you can also get to run on your Raspberry Pi. Previously, you had to run one or the other. You could not run them concurrently. So now one server will support both protocols. So you could actually have your MC10 and your CoCo all pulling off of your Raspberry Pi if you had enough USB to serial adapters. So that's one announcement. And so the next one is he's also created a DW term for the MC10. And if you're not familiar with that one, he demoed that one too. So DW term allows you to use the IP protocol stack of DriveWire in RS-DOS. And so there was a DW term for the CoCo that would let you do like a Telnet BBS, but you didn't have to be in OS 9 to do it, where most of the Telnet BBS solutions have been OS 9 based, right?
Yeah.
So DW term is an RS-DOS solution that lets you do a Telnet BBS. He now has DW10 for the MC10 as well. And I will post that GitHub link now for the MC10. And he's posted both these to Facebook now as well. So, so Mikey's been busy. And he's been working on stuff that benefits not only the CoCo community, but God forbid, even the MC10 community. So that's not a bad thing, right? Showing some love to the MC10. So did I do that announcement justice?
Yep. It's a great way on the MC10 to load all of Jim Gary's games that he puts out 3 dozen of every week or whatever.
Yeah, at the rate of software, the Bitbanger port cannot keep up with Jim Gary.
Yep.
So thank you for doing that, Mikey. And now let's get back to Tandy Assembly, because I always seem to forget this, and it's not intentional, I swear. I have no malice towards Tandy Assembly whatsoever. My only regret is I'm still not sure if I can go, but a Hail Mary might happen. So where is my events thing? I had a thing here for events. I can't. Here we go. Here's events. Okay. Here we go, folks. All right. So, Tandy Assembly, for those of you not aware, those of you who've been living under a rock. Coming up soon. We're in November now. Today's November 3rd. So, would this actually be next weekend? That would be, mathematically speaking, right? If we add 7 to 3, that becomes 10. And so, next weekend, is that, did I did an arithmetic?
Congratulations, you can count.
Yeah. I think that was an arithmetic shift up. I don't know.
Did you use your toes for that?
That's that hardware multiply Steve is talking about there.
Now, the question was, who's going to be there, right? I think Paul had asked before, who of the CoCoTALK crew is going to be there? John Lowry says, I'll be there. So let's look at some of our exhibitors. Exhibitors are not all the attendees, but it's a good indication. So Ian Maverick, one of Nick's neighbors in Australia, is going to be there. Peter and Alex Satinsky. Peter Satinsky is the host of the Trash Talkers podcast. Brendan Donaghy of the CoCo VGA project is going to be there. CoComan.biz is going to be there. Boyson Technologies is going to be there. Eric Canales, almost president of Glenside, but still good guy. Eric's going to be there. Evan Wright will be there. Paulie Walnuts Fiscarelli is going to be there. Randy Kindig, host of the Floppy Days podcast, is going to be there. Neil Blanchard of the CoCo Crew podcast will be there. Jim O'Keefe will be there. Henry Reitveld, featuring his Tandy Vision system. Ken Edwards, Tandy and TRS-80 systems. Retro Innovations, Jim Brain. Peter Bartlett of Bartlett Labs. Malcolm Ramey. George and Peter Phillips will be there. Cloud9. Disney Saints fan says, I will be there. And Arno Puter and Sasha Habring will be there. So those are some of our exhibitors. Obviously, not all the attendees are listed here. As far as speakers are concerned, we have got Stuart Chaffee. We've got Mike Yasetko. All kinds of people. I don't know who these people are, except for Stuart Chaffee, but they're here. You can check them out on the website. So they are there. Let's see if the schedule has fleshed itself out. So on Saturday at 9 a.m., the store opens. A light breakfast is provided. Keynote speaker Stuart Chaffee kicks it off at 10 a.m. At 11 o'clock, we open up the exhibit hall. At 1 p.m., Arthur Glecker. And then we have Arno Puter and Sasha. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right, Habering. Auctions. Evening events. We have another speaker in the evening at 7:30 p.m. Trivia and socializing. Sunday, the show opens at 9. Light breakfast. We have another speaker, Thomas McLaren. The Tandy 6600 FAC Live. We have exhibits. A 1 p.m. speaker. And then the show closes at 3 p.m. on Sunday. So it's looking like a pretty good event. Our sponsors are The Right Stuff, the Tris 8-Bit Magazine, Trash Talk Podcast, CoCo Crew Podcast, Floppy Days Podcast, Eric Dittman, Bartlett Labs, Blair Robbins. Who is this? Long Branch Never. Windeck? Is that what it's called? Windeck Systems? And Brendan Donaghy and Fillmore Productions. Okay, so next weekend. And Grant, you're going to be there, right?
Yes, sir.
So hopefully a few of us will be able to provide. Are you aware that you're sharing your screen right now, Barry? Barry Nelson, are you aware that you're sharing your screen? Are we looking at personal and private information here? I want to make sure you're not accidentally showing us something.
I was going to start up MAME. I was trying to figure out how to share the screen. So.
Okay. Well, the Parrot has joined us too. Hello, Parrot.
Yeah, tell me about it every time I unmute.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I saw your email was open. I don't want people seeing your personal, private information there. All right, so Tandy Assembly is in full effect. Tandy Assembly is next weekend, and many of us on the show will be there, and hopefully we'll have some live coverage and correspondence from the show. We'll get to hear Grant Leedy live. Maybe we can get Grant to walk out in a bathrobe for us for a closing scene. Something like that. John Lowry says, I'm going to be there. You name it. So if you can make it, I'm jealous. I'm still trying to pull something off to maybe get a last-minute flight out there or something like that. So we'll see.
What's the status of CoCoTALK for next week?
Well,
so
if I end up being able to make it to, yeah, we'll have to figure it out once I get there. We'll address that problem when it becomes a problem. So maybe we can work on. Go ahead, Grant.
We could probably broadcast from there during the show next week.
We can try, yeah, and maybe I need to work with Curtis to get him set up on OBS or something where he can even do just a skeleton version of the live show. You know. Now we have Barry Nelson showing us off the latest version of Mac MAME.
To do this, I'm going to have to unmute my microphone, I think, before I start MAME if I want to talk.
Go ahead, Barry.
So you're unfortunately going to have to put up with my parrot, and hopefully we won't get a lot of noise in the background while I'm doing this.
That's right. Parrot's probably been more entertaining than David Ladd has been today, so that's fine.
All right. So here goes nothing. So this is a Macintosh build of MAME, which is multi-arcade machine emulator. Also emulates things like the color computer as well as arcade games. And one of the new features in this particular build, which I didn't do this feature, but I periodically build a stable Macintosh binary, and I backported this new feature in there, which is support for 32K cartridges on the Color Computer 3. So I'm going to go over here. And, oh, by the way, this is something else. That doesn't look like a standard Radio Shack Basic, so we'll talk about that in just a moment. Let me mount up a 32K cartridge so you can see that. Now, it looks like I've already got Rad Warrior mounted on slot number, that would be slot 3. So I'm going to cheat and switch to slot 3 by doing a poke on the multi-pack.
All right.
So this is a 32K color computer cartridge, which previously MES and MAME, or actually it's all MAME now, would not run because there was a problem with the way it mapped the ROMs into the emulated CoCo memory space. But that has now been fixed, and so these 32 games will now run, and the Mac binary will shortly be updated for the download who want to run MAME, that they'll be able to run the 32K cartridges.
Okay, so that's cool. Now, you said something about backporting. Does that mean that your binary is not on the latest version of the current public release?
My binary is on version 2.02.
Oh, you got to kill this sound now. It's killing me.
Yeah, I'll just exit out of there.
Okay. So is there any reason why we wouldn't just release the latest version? And not...
Yeah, because frequently this change is constantly going on in the MAME code base. And sometimes they'll have regressions, or they'll do stuff that is they're updating something on one of the other computers that they're supporting, and they have thousands of computers and arcade machines in there, and they'll update something on something else, and it will cause a regression or a breakage in one of these common machines.
So this version is 0.202. For somebody who was asking earlier, John Lowry was asking, right? So
which is pretty recent.
Okay.
And then I selectively pull in certain fixes like this one to get stuff to run. This list of favorite machines here is the ones that I try to test at least to make sure that they boot up and they will run stuff.
Now, just a dumb question too. And anytime you come up with a fix that you know that we need for MAME, do you pass that upstream to them so they can implement it into future versions, so we don't have to crowbar in fixes every time and they can be like standardized? Or
yes,
you do. Okay.
And I resync my distribution on a fairly recent copy of MAME.
Yeah, because that's good. That's good that you're doing that, because I know a lot of people will just sit here and complain about MAME, but we actually have at least 2 people besides yourself now too. Like Ron Klein is very involved with the main devs because he's been working on the Cocoa Pie project, and Tim Lindner in our community I think is one of the main devs. So we've got you and those 2 guys, and if you let them know, we should be able to get these fixes applied.
I do dev work on MAME source. I've contributed source to the code.
Okay, so you are too. Okay, so yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but I just want to make sure that if there are fixes that are known and that you have them, that you don't have to, hopefully you don't have to keep applying these crowbars every single time, and that at some point in time a future version will already be fixed in all the areas that we're concerned with.
Yeah, if you go into the MAME bug reporter, you'll see my name in there, and you'll see bug reports from me, and you'll also see contributions in the past for various things where I've contributed code patches and fixes to fix some of the bugs I found myself. So,
excellent. Well, thank you for doing that.
Now, notice that when I started this color computer up, it didn't start up a standard disk extended color basic. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that if I can.
Sure.
So what I did here.
Beep.
Yeah, this is running a hard disk basic. It's running RGB DOS with a patch to interface with the MAME hard disk emulated hard disk interface. So how did I get this to run in MAME without it complaining that the ROM was not the standard CRC? Let me show that. So what I did here was I did a little trick. I'm using I have a slot, multi-pack inserted slot device. So I have 4 slots here. And in slot 4, I have the floppy disk controller. So there's a little bit of a quirk with MAME when you have a multi-pack inserted. And in your file manager, instead of seeing 1 cartridge port, you don't see 1, you don't see 4, you actually see 5. This is the cartridge port that is overriding the multi-pack, which I wouldn't suggest you use when you have a multi-pack inserted. And then a cartridge port appears for every slot, whether you have a speech pack or floppy disk controller or whatever else. It actually shows up as a cartridge port also. So this is cartridge port. This is multi-pack slot 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Right.
So here in slot 4, you can see that I have RGB DOS inserted in slot 4. And to make it work as a DOS, I just basically on that I just insert it into slot 4 in the file manager, and it overrides the disk extended basic that would normally be used for the ROM image for that device.
So it's kind of booting that up as if it was a cartridge in the slot.
Right, which is the way that you would use an alternate. If you had a real physical color computer, the way you would use one of these alternate DOS ROMs is you would take your disk controller apart, unplug the ROM that came from Tandy, and plug in an alternate ROM. So this lets you do that in the emulators. You just sit it here. Usually your floppy disk controller's in slot 4. So you just go here, cartridge number 5, and select whatever ROM you want to use for your DOS, and it replaces the ROM that's the normal disk controller ROM.
And replaces into all that stupid CRC checking that it normally does on the built-in ROMs.
Exactly. The other thing you can do is if you're not running a multi-pack, let me change this from multi. I'll change this to just the floppy disk controller, and we'll do a reset. And I think we just hit a bug in MAME, which shows up sometimes. They change the hardware drastically.
A bug in MAME? I've never heard of a bug in MAME.
Oh, yeah.
I detect a wee bit of sarcasm.
Yeah. So there's a workaround for this.
Stupid MAME tricks.
Yep. Oh yeah, you got it. Useful emulator, a very good emulation of the hardware, but
it's a son of a bitch to deal with sometimes. So.
Not the most bug-free software in the world.
Yeah.
no. So let me go back into here again, and it's probably not. It probably did not save that configuration, so we're going to trick it into saving that. Yep, it did not save it. So we'll go over here.
John Lawyer is asking what version of Mac OS you're on.
High Sierra, if I'm remembering correctly.
High Sierra, John. For the hearing impaired.
So I'm going to change that and then immediately exit out. And hopefully that will... Yep, there's the crash.
So this is your bug fixed MAME that you're showing us right now, right? So.
Oh, if you take any version that's recent, it has this problem, and it's not just the color computer that has this problem. This problem exists in most of systems. If you change the hardware in a radical manner while the system is running, it has this issue. Yeah, I just paused the emulation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So what are you doing again now? You are changing from the multi-pack to just the floppy disk controller.
Right. And it still won't let me do it.
Okay. So why don't you just tell us what it was trying to do, since this looks like this might not happen here. Is this, you're going to tell us how we can override if you don't have a multi-pack, how you can override the disk ROM?
Yeah. Well, I know how to get rid of that. One way to get rid of that multi-pack is move all my main configuration files out of the way to backup, and I'll revert it back to default.
While you're doing that, I'm going to run a commercial. So continue to work on that, and I'll run a commercial, and we'll be right back.
It's done. That would have to be an awful short commercial.
All right. Let's see here.
Do you need to run a commercial, and we'll wait for that?
If you can show us right now, if it's ready to go.
Yeah, I just did it. It reverted everything back to now the default configs. So now we go in here. See, we're back to standard configuration.
Yep.
And we go in and we look at slot devices, and you see we do not have a multi-pack inserted.
Right.
So now how do you override it in this configuration? What you do here is you go into File Manager, and we change right here. See, we still have a cartridge slot.
Okay.
Even though we've got the floppy disk controller.
Right. So this is almost like a bug in MAME that it's letting you plug in a cartridge when you've already got a cartridge plugged in.
A useful one that we're not going to fix.
Yeah.
So
there's your RGB DOS ROM. Okay, RGB DOS MES ROM. Okay, so now you're booting into that cartridge.
Right, but there's one other thing I've got to do when I don't have the multi-pack inserted. And that is to go in here to machine configuration. And since this is a DOS cartridge, I have to turn the cartridge auto start off.
Okay.
And now when I reset the machine, there's no hard drive inserted. I need to insert with this ROM, I probably should insert a hard drive image. So we'll go here and we'll go. Then we'll insert that hard drive image and we'll reset again. And see, now we have, this is working now that we're running an alternate DOS. You could do the same thing with ADOS. The main trick is if you don't have the multi-pack, you have to make sure to turn the cartridge auto start off, which is actually a real problem also. If you have like the CoCo SDC, there's a cartridge auto start switch. And if you turn cartridge auto start mode on, it doesn't run the DOS correctly on a color computer. So this is mirroring the real hardware.
So either way, what you're doing is you're plugging in a quote unquote cartridge to the same slot that the disk controller is plugged into MAME. So you're double decking your cartridges in a sense. And this is a MAME feature. And the benefit of doing it this way is you don't have to worry about trying to modify things where when it tries to load a cartridge, it's going to say, oh, this cartridge doesn't match our checksums and it's out of...
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's a couple of steps. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and it very nicely overrides the normal disk basic, so it allows you to use all kinds of alternate disk basic.
You can run JDOS or ADOS or RGB DOS or Kenton DOS or whatever. So
YDOS, YADOS, UDOS, WeDOS, he DOS, UDOS, she DOS, we all DOS. No, that's cool. There's JDOS.
Yep.
Does that mean it's Jewish?
I don't know. But there it is. And, so there's another... this is going to put gobbledygook on the screen because I believe the disk in drive. Well, actually, no, I have no floppy in there. It's just going to say IOERROR.
JDOS, J&M Systems, huh?
Yep. So this is a nice little.
Yeah, that's neat.
It's going to be a feature that I think we're going to leave there. So.
Yeah, don't complain about that one.
Yeah. Don't file any bug reports on that one because they'll screw it up.
Oh, that's cool. So, very cool. Thank you, Barry.
You're very welcome. Let me turn this off.
All of your DOS are belonging to us. JDate on JDOS. Yeah, I'm going to boot up JDOS and use my Telnet terminal BBS to get onto jdate.com. And
if you're running JDOS on a CoCo 3, do you lose a lot of the CoCo 3 features? Or I mean, I've never used JDOS. I don't know.
I don't know anything about it, honestly.
I haven't tried it on a CoCo 3 really either, but now you can try it under MAME and find out.
No, I don't use MAME, so
I have the hardware.
Yeah,
I'm a purist. I only use VCC.
While you were talking, I went onto the CoCo archive site, and you had that game before, Rad Warrior. So I just went to that, found it there, loaded VCC, and it went straight into that. And I'm thinking, well, what do I need all this other ROM cartridge crap? I just download the DSK, away it goes. I copy it to my CoCo SDC cartridge. It runs on that. So I don't know what the purpose is of all this extra complexity just to do what.
Well, the original game was released on ROM cartridge. Go ahead.
But I've got the original game and cartridge. I just don't bring it out. Who's going to go? I don't want to go stuffing around with ROM cartridges. I can just go to the CoCo archive site and there it is. It's already been cracked to work on a normal system under BCC, even on my CoCo SDC. So it's done.
The operative word in that sentence is that's a cracked copy. So if you want to play the original.
Oh, I've got the original. I just can't be bothered to dig it out of the box and plug
it
into my...
We don't need to turn it into, whatever. I see what you're saying, Nick, and I don't disagree with you. I think what Barry has shown us is that there was an issue with MAME that would not run if you had what did they call it, the CCC file of the original cartridge. There was a point in time where MAME did not properly run those cartridge files that had 32K ROM images. So MAME has now been fixed to do it properly, and now Barry's added it to the Mac and created a binary. So if somebody wants to run this on the Mac and wants to run it as the original ROM cartridge, they can now do it. And if you don't want to do it, you don't got to do it. But that's cool.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff.
Some of those cracks had bugs too, so it's
unlike MAME, that is bug free. MAME has been bug free since bug free since 2003. No, cool.
Bug free for 2003 milliseconds.
All right. I don't know about you guys, but I think I've had enough CoCo talk for now. Now, unfortunately, we will not be having an After Dark tonight, which is why we had one last night. But we did, I think for the most part, we managed to have some fun and follies last night. Maybe a little too much. Yeah, I had fun today. We're going on 3.5 hours today on this train wreck of a show. So it should probably put us all in the audience out of their misery. But thank you, everybody, for being here. Anybody have any parting thoughts, closing words of wisdom, free advice?
I wonder what Willie's going to go and tell some of the people that he hangs with about the crazy people.
You wouldn't
over
believe
here.
these lunatics.
Yeah, right?
Well, I guess I better start saying goodbye 2,003 times then.
Grant Leedy, how was your David Ladd encounter?
It was a good trip. I enjoyed it. Got a cargo load full of stuff to take back home.
All right, David Ladd, how was your Grant Leedy encounter?
It was great.
And how were the fries, David?
The fries were delicious.
Oh, that's good. That's important when you're having fries. Nothing worse than non-delicious fries, right? So, good stuff. Nick Morentes, any update on Funstar for us?
No updates.
All right. Well, actually, let's try this again now because you're here, Nick. We talked about this last night. I'm sorry for the last minute thing. Excuse me. So it was brought up on the CoCo crew about making a 6309 only game. And obviously, right now, you're one of the only people who's doing it. I think Rick Adams will probably be leveraging that as well. But so they brought up a host discussion about making a game for the 6309. Some of the things they said was, is it absolutely necessary? Does the game really need this? Can't you still do it with the 6809? Isn't it kind of cool to say, hey, I'm doing it on only a 6809, and they use Sockmaster as an example. Donkey Kong works fine on 6809. So nobody was like poo-pooing the fact that you were doing it or this is out there. They just brought up the question of, number one, is it absolutely necessary? Number two, is the game going to be so amazing that it makes it worth it? And then number three, are we limiting the market by people who don't have the chip? So since it's kind of revolves around your current project, Nick, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I've chosen 6309 for this one because I couldn't do it on a 6809 or couldn't do it effectively. There's a whole reason why the 6309 exists. It has got advantages. It is faster, and it does have extra commands that do speed it up even more. So that's what I'm utilizing in Gunstar. And I did originally try to do a 6809 version of it, but one, I couldn't quite get the frame rate to what I needed, and the amount of code was a lot larger because I was trying to do stack blasting and all these tricks about unrolling loops and stuff, and I thought, well, this is getting more convoluted than what I really want it to be. And the 609 has commands in there which can do it built in. The TFM command is just a brilliant command.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're in 6309 mode, you do get around a 30% increase. So I guess what they're saying is, do we really want better games? If we don't want better games, well, no, you don't need a 609 at all.
Plus, guys, it took me 10 years to convince Nick to work on a 609 game, so just let him do it.
Yeah. So as far as sales and marketing, do you think that this is going to hurt the potential sales because there may be even a small fraction of consumers who just don't have it? So is that hurting your sales, or is that hurting the consumers because there's now a product that they are ineligible to run?
Well, no, the thing is, I thought that was my original thoughts as well, that I was trying to tell Curtis that I wasn't going to do 6309 because I wanted the maximum market. If there's 100 CoCos out there, then if I write for 6809, then I've got 100 potential sales.
Mm-hmm.
But if I write it to say 6309, there may be only 50 sales and 50 that I miss out on. Now, I held back for quite some time because, the number of 6309s was a lot less versus the 6809. I thought, well, I'm going to go for the largest market. But over the years, we've seen more and more people upgrading to 6309. We've had a few programs which do specifically use a 6309 as well. So, the numbers seem to be good enough to say that I am going to do a game for whatever the number of 6309 users is out there. I thought the market was big enough.
Yeah.
And of course, the other thing is that if there is something out there which is 6309 specific and that people want, then they're more encouraged to look at upgrading to a 6309.
Right, and that helps the hardware market.
It does. It's the chicken and egg thing we were talking
Yeah.
about as well. So you've got to write the thing for it to work.
Yeah.
The same argument is there for sound chips. And I'm still on the fence on that one too. Do I write my games to support a sound chip? Well, at the moment, I haven't been because, again, not everyone has a sound chip.
Yeah.
How many people have a...
and there's multiple sound chips. That's an even bigger problem.
Sound chips, you know.
There's only one 609.
That's right. Like if I was writing my game to use the old Tandy sound chip, sound and speech cartridge, well, that's fine. But how many people have a sound and speech cartridge?
And the multi-pack required to run it.
And the multi-pack and all that. You know, the market is not big enough.
Yeah.
So I've never supported it. Now, unlike John Linville says, Nick's against ROM cartridges and against sound chips. Well, no, he's not, but he's looking at the bigger picture. If everyone had a sound chip, I would be writing it to support a sound chip. But the thing is, everyone has a built-in DAC. So straight off, it's a no-brainer. I'm going to write it to support the built-in DAC because everyone can use it. But, give it time. Maybe everyone will buy
if you put your game on the cartridge with the sound chip, you solve the problem.
Yeah, well, that's where the Game Master cartridge is an advantage, where you get it all in one.
Yeah.
The only thing the problem is that every game, therefore, you are effectively paying for all that extra hardware, even though you bought it once before, every cartridge.
Yeah.
So you would hope that the game is really something that you really want and that really utilizes a sound chip. So in that case, I'm all for that.
Sure.
But they won't all be that. I mean, you look back in the early 80s when Atari on the 2600, some manufacturers started releasing cartridges with a built-in sound chip. They usually got the Atari 800 sound chip in the cartridge for the 2600. So you'd had a better sound chip. That's fine. How many cartridges actually did have the sound chip? I've got most of them. I've actually bought them in my collection. There's only about half a dozen cartridges ever released with the built-in sound chip.
Mm-hmm.
So
with the supercharger, or was that something else? I can't remember.
No, with the cartridges.
They just added the what do they call that? The pokey chip or whatever it's called.
Yeah, the pokey.
Yeah.
So
the problem with that idea is when you build it into the cartridge, you have, like you say, it's the added expense each time. This is going back then. Now it's a little different. But had they done it smart, that you could have done the sound card as like a pass-through cartridge where you plug in the sound cartridge once and then you plug another thing into that. You could use that same chip multiple times. That would cut down on
not need a multi-pack.
Not need a multi-pack, or even I'm talking about the Atari thing, but this now too. But and I don't want to get into semantics of people's design choices and how they want things to get into, but I just want to hear your take on the 6309 part of it, because that's really right now you're the only one who's got a current project and product on it. Rob Inman brings up a point that we also addressed last night too, is that, listen, if somebody doesn't have the chip, they can run it in an emulator. And since you are planning on providing digital distribution for the software, if you don't have the 6309 or don't want to, deface your CoCo and be a purist, you can run it in an emulation. So in that sense, I don't think it excludes anybody, because if somebody wants to play the game, there are ways to play it. Right. So
the other thing I want to add to that too is that one other thing that's changed in the last year or two versus the 10 years I've been trying to cajole Nick into doing a 609 game is that we now have multiple companies that will do 609 upgrades for cheap. You send your machine in, you can add in a 2 meg upgrade at the same time, and it's like $50 for both.
Yeah. So and both of them will be at Tandy Assembly, and both of them will be at CoCo Fest. So Boyson Technologies and Cloud9 Technologies will both provide that service for you. So there are inexpensive ways to get it done, which I had done. I had Richard do my computer for me. And so, yeah, I've got 2 CoCo 3s with 6309s. And again, I mentioned it last night. I was half joking, but I am not worried about a 6309 because of what it's going to make Nitrous 9 do for me, because I'm never going to play Nitrous 9. But I have it because I have it, and now that I have it, it'd be nice to see a game, an RS-DOS bare metal game, really push that chip. And Gunstar will probably be the first. So I'm looking forward to it. And I'm a firm believer in the killer app concept, where if you've got a piece of software good enough, software moves hardware. And it happens all the time on modern console systems, and happens, good games have sold graphic card. If you're a PC gamer, you're used to spending $500 a year on upgrading your graphics card, because every new generation of game needs a new generation of graphics chip. It's a chicken and egg there too. But the games sell the hardware because the games are good enough, and the hardware provides an enhanced experience. That this is not a foreign concept to the PC market, So, no, I thought it was an interesting host discussion. And what I do want to make sure as I frame this is that they were not being negative about it. They weren't poo-pooing it. They weren't doing anything like that. They were really just asking the question. And I thought, since we had the unique opportunity to get Nick in on this, since we're really talking about him and his project, I want to hear his perspective. And it's kind of cool to hear it all. So,
yeah.
What is Paul Fiscarelli saying? Figure out an upgrade to the CoCo SDC. Come out with a new model that has a sound chip built in. The CoCo SDC has become the ubiquitous form platform that makes sense to have a standard. And honestly, that I've said that hundreds of times. And
so is Nick. So is
I would buy, even though I have 2 CoCo SDCs, I would buy 2 more, even if they were at $100 a piece. I would buy a $100 CoCo SDC that had a sound chip and a DAC and whatever else. Put in an Orchestra 90, put in a synthesizer, put in a stereo frickin' quad multiplexer, a phase shift amplitude inverter, whatever you want to call it. Throw the kitchen sink at the son of a bitch and just tell me how much and take my money. I will buy it, because
not everybody is willing to have to buy a second one just to do it. That's
fuck
fun.
Them. Who cares?
So Stevie's covering your costs for that. You just send him the bill and he'll cover it for you.
Yeah. No. Listen. No. I think a sound, a CoCo SDC plus sound would be awesome. To me, it's a no-brainer. Yeah. To me, especially if you have it at a $60, $60, $70, $80 price range, it's fair. And if it goes in the same plastic case you already have, you don't have to buy the case, so you just buy the board. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you'd have to probably have a different case to have cables and stuff coming out of it from the sound.
Anybody who doesn't agree with me is wrong, just as long as you realize that, right? So,
I mean, this is the reason Ed's doing his new multi-pack 4-slot that has the sound chips built in, because that's the new standard for a multi-pack. So there's already 700 plus, almost 800 SDCs out. How many of those people are willing or have the money to rebuy them?
Well, how much are you going to pay for the multi-pack? You're going to pay $80 for the multi-pack.
But you're getting a bunch of new functionality. This is you're just replacing something that already works fine just to get the sound chip.
Yeah. Well, again, I guess
it's $60 or $50 for sound chip, basically, is what you're doing.
There's different markets, I guess, right? So for me, and again, this is just me, my opinion, I have no interest in a multi-pack. The only reason why I would need a multi-pack is because somebody didn't have the foresight to put a sound chip on the CoCo SDC. If somebody was to do that, I wouldn't. And I am not going to buy a multi-pack. I don't care what sound chip you put on it. I'm not buying a multi-pack for a sound chip. Now, I will support any cartridge that's got a sound chip on it that has a game that's got music. I will support that, but I'm not going to buy. And this is just me again. It's not a question of the money. It's a question of what makes sense. To me, it doesn't make sense to buy a multi-pack that takes up more desk space, that needs another power supply adapter that takes up space, and I've got very little room to begin with. I'd rather have a cartridge that just plugs in. So either it's the game and the sound chip on the cartridge, or it's the CoCo SDC with the sound chip on that, and I'm running off the SD card. Those two things make sense to me. Listen, I'm not the entire community, but that would be the utopia that I'd like to see.
Yeah, you're just the wrong part, that's all.
Yeah. So,
like I myself, because he's also including like RS-232 ports and high-speed ones at that, plus the sound chip, plus you can still plug in, SDCs or real floppy drive controllers, because I still have tons of disks I need to transfer Some SDC, like literally
and his multi-pack, the new four slot, is actually more compact than the Tandy one. So
yeah, that's true, but it still takes up space in a power supply, even though it's smaller.
Space. Yeah, that's the part I hate
to me,
well.
space.
I haven't actually measured like how much more space does it take than the SDC sticking out the side of the CoCo.
Well, it's a bit long. I think it's.
I mean, obviously it's taller because you put the other stuff on top, sliding in.
It's the same as a Tandy multi-pack, but just chop off the part where the power supply is. You know, with the power supply part of the
it's just the slots. It's just the slots without the
That's basically his multi-pack.
Yeah.
So it's not much bigger than an SDC anyway. I don't know how much desk space you're.
It's a little bit longer. It's like putting in the old floppy disk controllers. You know, those really long ones. It's about that size. So
the FT500 level style.
Yeah, the old FT500. You plug one of those things in where it's hanging out the side of the CoCo like a diving board. That's basically what the multi-pack, the new one, will be. But it's a 4-slot multi-pack, of course. The thing I don't like is, of course, it sticks up. Cartridges you plug in
stick up, and if you have a little table
and
or
if you
something
have a
to hold
ledge,
your monitor,
well, your CoCo won't slide under anymore. So, unfortunately, the best solution would have been if the CoCo had a sound chip to start.
Yeah, the deluxe. Well, too bad the MC10 killed off the deluxe color computers. So don't get me started there.
That's right. That would have been the best, but that never happened. So that's in the past. Move on.
Yeah. So. Yeah, no, that's cool. Thanks for the extra indulgence there, Nick, and sorry for dropping the F-bomb there, kids.
No, that's all right.
If any children in the audience, put on your earmuffs.
Well, that's right. Yeah,
you just beep it out on the iTunes once you don't get the explicit tag.
Right. So
that's right.
Could I interject?
No, David.
What?
Go ahead, David.
No, one of the things that would have been nice with the sound chip idea is possibly a pass-through card, kind of like what you was bringing up for the Atari 2600, is just build like the sound chip on a pass-through device that the CoCo SDC can plug into.
Yes.
But now you're as wide as a multi-pack, and Stevie hates that.
No, that's fine. I would deal with that. Honestly, but without the extra, because that would solve two problems. You only have to pay for it once. You don't have to resell 700 SDC cards, and so it's like it's basically, we'll call it an exclusive 1-slot sound multi-pack, right? It plugs into that, and you plug your SDC into that, and boom, you're done. Right?
And here's the other benefit that you'd get as well for someone that made, let's say, if it's a sound chip that you can read from to detect if it's there.
Yeah.
Then you could also make a game cartridge that you could also then plug into the end of the adapter.
Yes. So you don't have to pay for the sound hardware. Yes.
You use it.
So the sound hardware needs to be paid for one time. It becomes almost transparent to the system, and boom, you're done.
I hate to say it, but I agree with David.
I will second that. I agree. If David is probably the greatest idea and the greatest words that ever came out of your mouth. Yeah. So
that's and Jim Brain. I actually did draft or passed on those ideas to him a while back, a year ago. He actually did draft a schematic for such a cartridge, so it can be done. A little tiny device that goes into the cartridge port, plugs into the connector, has a sound chip, and on the other end has another socket so that you plug in your CoCo SDC. Your CoCo SDC may stick out a bit more than before by an extra inch and a half.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that's right. And there it is. You secure that adapter in the CoCo, so it effectively becomes a permanent add-on to the CoCo.
Yeah. And if somebody does want extra slots, they could plug a multi-pack or board or whatever into that.
Maybe I need to talk to Jim and see if he's still got the...
I know you guys are excited about these super-duper serial ports. I give 0 Fs about a RS-232 port. I'm not plugging shit into shit when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I'm happy that you're happy, but that's not going to improve my life in any way, shape, or form. So
when you do your head-to-head CoCo games with the two CoCos directly linked with a high-speed serial port.
Yeah, I'm not excited about RS-232. But again, that's me. You know what I mean? So there are people who are, and I'm glad that there's a solution for them. All I care about is games, graphics, and sound. Anything else, no interest of me. My world is small. Yeah, I'm a small, shallow person, and I'm really happy being in that world. So,
you're looking forward to the Gimme X at least.
Stevie's just boring.
I'm so boring. Okay, sure. Yeah, because high-speed RS-232 is so exciting.
Almost exciting as floppies.
Yeah. I'm a simple man with simple needs, yeah. So Rob Inman says, CoCo SDC version 2 with sound chip would add to install base. I would buy both the multi for the desk CoCo and the SDC version 2 for my living room CoCo with sound chip. So it looks like we got 2 products for sale there. Yeah. The nice thing is there is variety. There are different consumer needs and wants, and there are products to address those needs. But I think some of the concerns Nick has with supporting sound are the repetitive cost of the hardware to support that. If we could simplify that and not require a multi-pack and not require multiple chips for each new product sold, it would probably motivate him to do more support and might make it softer and gentler on the consumers' wallets, right? So,
what do you think of Al Hartman's suggestion? I don't even know if this is technically feasible because I'm not a hardware guy, but he says add the sound chip to the Gimme X and the CoCo VJ.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. But everyone would have to upgrade their CoCo 3s to get the sound, whereas the plug-in idea that David Ladd was talking about is universal.
Yeah.
You don't even have to open the CoCo for that.
But I mean, with the Gimme X, it's nice is that it's being designed. It's just unplug the chip. There's no soldering. There's no cutting traces. It's not one of those hack jobs.
But some people may not want to open up their CoCo. I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, you don't want to break that warranty sticker because
that's right. That's right. You don't want to do that. But so not everyone will feel comfortable opening up a CoCo and pulling a Gimme out.
Can I tell you what I think about those people? No. Okay.
Of course.
Permission to speak freely.
Mind you, this adapter that we're talking that I said that Jim Brain was doing was only going to cost $10. So that sound chip adapter.
You don't need a case or anything. It's just
no case, nothing. It's just a bare board with 2 connectors, a sound chip, and I don't know what he had.
And a pass through.
Yeah, and that was it. He was saying it was going to cost around $10 to make. I mean, that's damn cheap, and that's easy to install.
One and done.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone would have got that, and then every programmer could write games, and that option would be there. Do I support that sound chip? Well, there's a good chance that everyone could buy that thing. So it would be available on everyone's machine. It would become the new standard.
Yeah. Yeah, Paul Fiscarelli also mentioned sursound. Sursound is an option because it just goes to the because it goes to that stupid ass bitbanger port that nobody uses. He says.
Yeah. No, he's right there too.
Yeah,
and because it's sending commands instead of actual raw data, then it doesn't take any CPU time either. So.
Yeah. That's an option too if it ever gets released. That's
the thing.
Yeah, good stuff.
So
Good.
There are options, and it's just a matter of picking. I mean, my views are from the point of view of a software developer. It may not be the views of game players or cartridge collectors or whatever. I look at it from the point of view as a developer. So.
Yeah, and listen, nobody's right or wrong here. It's just there's different preferences and different desires.
Yeah. Depends on the preferences. So
yeah, and you are always super conscious of what is the impact to the consumer going to be. You've been very vocal about that. I want my software to be affordable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly. So cost is important, and the availability so that everyone. As many people can use it. That's basically the end of the line. And if more people can run it, then it's better for me. I make more money. I can buy a Ferrari.
All right. Yeah, we're about to hit 4-hour mark here. We're about 10 minutes away from 4. So yeah, no, we've probably done it before. Anyway, so all right, so we're going to end the train wreck for now, but I want to thank everybody. We've had up to 30 people watching us live at different times. We still have 25 now. I also want to mention we got a new patron just today. I think I mentioned at the top of the show that we recently got a new patron that was some type of peach. I forgot. It's going to come up here on the screen here in just a second here. So it's coming up. Kyle Eder was one of our recent patrons, and then Malfunct, and then it's coming up here. Eric Canales and David Mitchell was a recent patron. Ripened Peach, and then just around 2 o'clock today, Jason Downs became a patron as well. I just checked my email. I saw that around 2 p.m., just shortly after we started the show. Jason Downs became a patron as well. So thank you, Jason, for supporting these hard-hitting questions. We ask the questions that need to be asked. We ask David, what type of French fries does he have? Are they regular or seasoned? We ask Nick Morentes about developing for the 6309. These are the hard-hitting questions. We are getting to the bone of the matter, cutting through all the fat, getting down to this. So thank you guys for supporting this. We're like public television here. We couldn't do it without your support. So thank you guys. Thanks, Nick. Parting thoughts, anyone?
Well, be good to each other.
I was just going to say, did people like the segment that I did today? And would they like to see more of that? I don't want to,
Here, hold on. I have an answer for that. Right here. It's no. Wait a second. Where'd it go? Flush. It is.
It's gonna be a flush. Yeah.
No.
Are you taking a crap?
No, I'm looking for it here. There we go. There it is.
You're not sharing.
Yeah, you're not sharing.
Oh, I'm not
sound,
sharing sound. Oh, good. You guys didn't hear any of
it.
that. All right. Well, everybody at home did. So here we go. One more time.
Yeah, we didn't hear it.
Here we go. Hold on. So there you go. Yeah. Yes, we have a yes. Okay,
that
Rob.
was the sound of Stevie there after his consultation ended.
I think it was a good segment.
Rob Inman says yes. John Lowry says yes.
Yes.
Paul Fiskray says it was great, Curtis. Thank you. Stupid OS 9 tricks for the win. Yeah, good stuff.
That was Stevie's reaction upon learning that he has to get a sound card through a multi-pack.
Yeah. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
So I have a question for Curtis, and this might have already been answered earlier. When's the next update for Nitrous 9 coming out?
Well, as I announced last week, because work lasted longer than I was expecting, and basically I didn't have any time to get it done by the end of October like I originally hoped, I'd just push it to the end of November.
Okay.
That'll give me some time to...
We'll have a Thanksgiving edition then.
Yeah.
Turkey and gravy.
Yeah, it'll be a big turkey, I'll tell you.
Yeah. David Mitchell says more OS 9. So we got lots of votes on that stupid. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I learned something about getting and putting text, hardware-based text getting put. Who'd have thunk it?
Well, I think the point is that Curtis is trying to make Basic 09 more, well, people to be aware that Basic 09 is there and it does have advantages over RS-DOS. So,
absolutely.
Yeah. And actually, this particular trick is not Basic 09 based at all. I just happened to write the surrounding program based on. You could do it in C, you could do it in assembly or whatever you want. You can even do it from a script from a shell if you wanted to. That technique is just universal.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right.
Any other?
Any other parting thoughts, everybody?
Be good to everybody.
Go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
Oh, 8 slots isn't enough. No, the only other thing I didn't mention is that I had it on the Facebook page, whereby I said I purchased one of those CoCo Max replica boards from what's my jig, my neighbour, who I've just forgotten his name.
Ian Maverick, the Mav, yes.
And I've been playing with the old CoCo Max 2, and it works quite well with the little high-res. I've set up my old Tandy multi-pack, which I hate. Like you said, it's just this big, ugly thing on my desk, but there's no other way to run these cartridges, I suppose. So, I've been playing with it, and it works quite well, and it was definitely a very innovative program at the time, making the CoCo, bringing it on par with the Mac.
It does not work on the CoCo 3, is that accurate?
It does, yeah. I'm running CoCo 3.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it's working fine. So, this is a replica card. I don't know if he's done any changes to it to make it work on a CoCo 3. I don't know if a genuine one does work. I've also got one of those white multi-packs, so I don't know if the original
Like the white narrower ones or the original white big one?
And we forgot to
The
mention
narrow
somebody
ones.
else too before we go. Let me
Yeah,
forget.
the narrow ones. So
Okay.
I thought maybe that might be a problem as well, but no, it all works fine. So anyone who wants a CoCo Max hardware interface to run on a, say, CoCo 2, to run the old CoCo Max 2 or 1 and 2 software, I recommend the Ian Maverick's CoCo Max cartridge replica.
The Mav. Your
Maybe
neighbor.
next week, Nick, if you're on, you can actually demo it and kind of show CoCo Max and CoCo Max 2, because I don't think everybody's seen both of them.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And also
yeah,
show
all
the cartridge off and just show what it looks like, etc.
All right. Well, next week's core dump.
Okay. And
That'll have to be done with a video, of course.
Yep. I forgot to mention this. We got an interesting comment this week from Scott Kelly in the Facebook group. He said, "Here's a fun drinking game. Listening to CoCoTALK's Assembly Series. In drink, when someone says basically," he says, "I really just want my name mentioned on the show." So this is our new, we have to always make sure we give the proper love to Nick Marotta. But how about we all say hi to Scott Kelly too?
Hello, Scott Kelly.
Scott Kelly's coming up with.
I have to say, I tried playing that game, and after 5, I just couldn't drink anymore.
Yeah. So we actually had the CoCoTALK drinking game last night. It was called After Dark. When we were drinking during the show. So thanks for suggesting the CoCoTALK drink. Yeah, a lot of comments on here too. So good stuff. So Scott Kelly, Nick Marotta. All right. So Scott Kelly, you got your name mentioned. We made you internet famous. Al Hartman says, "I use a Y cable with my CoCo Max."
Yeah. If you don't, it supposedly works with a Y cable. So if you don't like a multi-pack, get a white cable.
Yeah, as long as everything's fully address decoded on a Y cable, stuff works fine. It's just that some of the old Tandy stuff wasn't, so they would start arguing with each other and screwing it up. And
so I think, well, I know the original CoCo Max cartridge was designed to work with a Y cable as well.
Yeah. And Stevie, just one last thing to defend multi-packs, of course, is that you don't know what other new hardware they may come up. They might have come up with something like, say, a fancy cartridge that does 4 joystick controllers of modern.
Right. But you know what the beauty of that is? I've got not one but 2 original Tandy multi-packs. So if I find myself in the need for multi-packing things, I've already got them. So I'm lucky that I don't need to buy a new one, I guess.
Or you can sell one and get a replacement one with
I'm just not a fan of in general. I know even though the new mini multi-packs are smaller and more space efficient, it's still a space thing, and for me space is everything. I've got such a small work area to work with that I have to
space between your ears.
Yes, I have to be very space considerate. Yes. So
maybe we can talk to Jim Brain so that next week he can do a tech segment about his little adapter,
his little pass-through.
His pass-through, yeah.
Yeah.
He'll be at Tandy Assembly next week, so he won't be able to make it.
That's right, yeah.
Which of the sound chips did he pick for his? I don't remember.
Well, we were talking at a few, and I think the one we were looking at was the FM one, the little.
So the more high-end one.
Well, yeah, we hadn't really finalized it. We were just looking at the idea of putting an FM sound chip on there, but it could be the same one that's used in the GMC. We picked something that was very small, so the adapter wasn't very big.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a very compact one.
That's not what she said, but
that's right.
Whoever had the smallest chip that made the biggest sound, right? So, it's not the size of the chip; it's the size of the sound.
It's the quadraphonic.
Yes.
Small, but it came with a big package.
So now the question is, Robert's asking, do you have to turn the Tandy packs off to switch between carts? Like this would not be hot swappable. You'd have to power down the CoCo every time you switch the cartridge, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
The multi-pack you can switch if the cartridge is written right.
Yeah. Okay. So, but still, that's an interesting compromise alternative. That's what we'd call a compelling. What was the phrase we were using last night when he was talking about the Jeff Vazosaurus one? Anyways, all right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're almost at 4 hours. I'm not gonna run the credits, but I am gonna run a nice little bonus clip video for you, especially since David's not here. David, are you here?
Yes.
David Ladd's going to like this video here, so enjoy
gosh.
enjoy the video, folks.
Military
Drive wire.
He had to wear long sleeves because we're going to make me look this up on snow.
Semi-graphics mode.
He was never a situation happens. I was hoping it was right, but I didn't want to.
But what about it's something that no one's really ever thought of. But then I tried it, I wanted to practice it, but then I returned, and then I'm actually back in a text mode VDG. But it's like crap because it was the code for your CoCoHR were already graphics modes, and it wasn't, and it's just
Drive wire.
and that's one of the things why I said some of those display codes in the specific modules rather than in VTIO, because then VTIO can be left alone. And then when you do the display, then it's handled by that.
Funny Stevie.
Those control codes are handled by that. Because right now, the only thing that Curtis has is
like John Strong right there.
really, are you recording this, Steve?
Not at all, David.
Dry wire,
VDG,
VGA. So what I was thinking is,
and he goes right back to it.
It's like you just pause for breath.
Yeah. This went right back to it. You can't shut that kid up.
Thanks a lot.
A little bonus clip for you there from CoCoFest. So, good times. All right, we definitely reached 4 hours. We're here. Let's put the audience out of their misery. Yeah, the sound is weird in that recording. I got to see what I can do to fix that sound because it sounds like it's all over the place. It's kind of hard to focus on David's sound and stuff, so I'll see what I can do to improve that. We'll fix it in post. All right, guys. Thank you so much. We're not going to play any credits. We're just going to say goodbye. Say goodbye, everybody. Say goodbye to Nick Marotta.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Nick Marotta.
Bye.
Make sure we say goodbye to Scott Kelly.
This is basically a good show.
Basically a good show. Yeah, it's basically to take a drink.
Basically.
Yes. All right, guys, we're gonna spare you the closing credits. We're
done.
Basically, we're done. We're done.
We're just starting.
Yeah. All right, so the conversations will continue in Discord, I'm sure, but I'm pressing the button, Frank, in 3, 2. No, you hang up.